Hello, my computer duders. Let me just set things up here. Fuck, I guess I gotta put something on, don't I? You know, I could have just uploaded, started streaming. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, after I updated these programs, but that would have required some foresight on my part. Whoa, sick. Oh, audio's not set up correctly. Never is. Hang on. What do I need to do? There we go. Do I need to start over? Oh, I don't want to use Wasta to move. Oh, boo! What a shit fucking game. It doesn't have gamepad controls. What a useless trash game. This says no audio. I don't know if that's supposed to be that way or if that's because I fixed the audio after launching the game. Just once, I'd like everything goes smoothly on one of these streams. Oh, my headphones were turned off. Never mind. Boo. So far, not liking it. I want to like it. I like the concept. I like the aesthetic. It's a weird idea. You are the drone instead of just being someone controlling the drone. Also, I'm playing in 21:9, but it's still letterboxed. It's just a shame this is so shit. It doesn't have to be. You could just implement gamepad controls. This is really awkward. This control scheme. I really don't like this. Don't like the premise. I want to like it. I like the aesthetic. I like the concept. Interface issues, though, keep me from appreciating this fully. Oh, I just noticed those are all drones. Why is everything sticky keys? What's that mean? Hang on. No, I don't want sticky keys. Fix these controls. You press shift a lot. I was really looking forward to this too. I was all fucking primed to enjoy myself. Oh well. Why is it so polluted when there's windmills? Kind of keen on graphics. This is the feature Amazon wants. Oh, you actually have to go back in the beehive. This reminds me of what was that movie? Equilibrium? With Christian Bale doing a gun kata. It's like gun fu. That's the sort of shit you think is the coolest shit in the world when you're 17 and you want to make your whole life about it. Like, I will dedicate the rest of my life to becoming a grammaton cleric. Oh, what is that? Is that a goose? I've got someone's pet goose. Ow, my fucking tooth. Oh, this must be from the same guy who... Yeah, there's that guy. He's in all the games by this guy. He's got his pet duck or goose or something. Some kind of waterfowl. He made the toilet rooms, if you don't recall. And also, I think, that game about time travel rain. I don't remember the name. Which is weird. It's a very memorable game. Well, the world has been ecologically devastated despite the universal uptake of wind turbines, apparently. Just in time, I guess. But at least we all still have Amazon delivery. This is, this is God's judgment. God brapped on the world, and we're now all suffocating this brap cloud. Unknown technical fear. What? This looks like the sort of game that you see played on a monitor in a movie, kind of. With all the giant GUI elements. I do appreciate the change in color palette. It differentiates the days from each other. I was going to say distinguishes. That would have worked too. I'm so tired. Streaming tires me out for some reason. I guess because it engages my higher brain functions. That reminds me, I've had interactions recently where I'll say something like 2 or 3 times and not be understood, and they won't explain why. They won't be like, could you speak louder, or I didn't understand this word that you used, could you define it for me, or... I think sometimes they just don't process it because they're not listening actively. They don't respect you. They only really actively listen to people they respect. So they're listening with their hindbrain, their subconscious. And if you talk strangely, like a robot, or like Grug Caveman, or just overly enunciate things, you never have to repeat yourself. They always understand you the first time. They get irritated with you. For the same reason people get irritated if they're comfy on the couch and you force them up off the couch and make them jog a mile. But in neurological terms, it's because you forced their brain into a higher calorie consumption mode. They heard strange speech that they don't normally hear, and their subconscious was like, I don't know what's going on. I need to kick on the conscious mind in order to help me understand the nature and reason for this non-standard communication. And the conscious mind is like a boss, like a manager who's always irritated when an underling invokes him. So they're annoyed. They're like, why are you talking like that? I'm like, because, do you notice, I didn't have to repeat myself this time. You immediately understood what I said. Even though it's counterintuitive, even though I spoke strangely, it actually helped you understand me faster because it forced your your higher brain functions to engage. And everybody hates that. It annoys the shit out of them. But you know what I hate is I hate having to repeat myself because you're fucking not listening to me. Or when someone requests information from you and then they interrupt you and talk over you while you're in the process of giving them the answer they requested. I'm angry today. I woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I'm pissed off at all sorts of hypothetical people in my head, and I've been arguing with them all day. That's what a lot of people do on Twitter. I have Twitter running 24/7 on my fucking hippocampus or neocortex or whatever, what have you. Am I carrying that? How am I doing that? Do I have little robot arms? Oh, that's adorable. I could go pick up like a goose and then drop it. Actually, they can fly. That wouldn't help. I don't want to do it to rats. I love rats. Or frogs. I also love frogs. Not even chickens. I love chickens too. Damn, there's no animal that's funny to pick up and drop from a great height that can't also fly. God damn you, geese. You're the perfect storm of attributes. At least they're different packages, too. If it was just boxes every time, which realistically it would be. Everything would be in boxes if they were going to be delivered this way. Pardon me. Let me get a sweet tea open. There's caffeine in this. Man, the battery life on this thing is really impressive. Also, it's really awkward using the word holistic to describe behaviors, because when they hear that, their ears perk up. It's a new word. They don't know what it means. So they say, what is holistic? And I say, it's non-autistic. And they say, oh, are you autistic? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, why did you bring that up? I'm like, I didn't fucking bring it up. They forgot from 2 seconds ago that they are the ones who asked what holistic meant, and I simply answered the question for them. They're fucking wild. They be wildin'. They very often forget things they said 2 seconds ago. I guess we have that in common. You sometimes have to remind them what they said, too, in an argument when they're hoping you don't remember. Which is a problem for me, because I have a shit short-term memory. And when someone's arguing with me over an emotionally charged topic, and they learn I can make him forget what he was talking about if I interrupt him, then they start to abuse that. I don't want to self-destruct. I don't want to self-destruct. Guess I have to. Fuck, did I just do a 9/11? They're free. Technical condition free. Current task missing. I think I died, actually. If death is possible for such a creature. I've been making a list of things that annoy me, because that's such a me thing to do. Specifically about holistic communication techniques and our tendencies. And I'm beginning to think these aren't specific to holistics. It's just something I notice about humans in general. It's just annoying human stuff. One of them is emotional parsing of sentences, where if you say morality is not is irrelevant to discernment of truth, all they hear is morality is irrelevant. That's the part that's most emotionally charged, so that's all that their brain picks up on. And they respond as if that's what you said, when the remaining word, and when you complain that they misrepresented you, and you explain that that's not exactly what you said, they roll their eyes as if it's like a technicality, as if you basically did say that, but now you're just complaining because like 1 or 2 words was off, when in fact it's the words that are missing from their interpretation completely change the meaning. Or if someone relentlessly badgers you to be kept in the loop and up to date on an unfolding process, like a task that you're undertaking, and you don't want to, because they're not relevant to the process. They're not. None of it's actionable for them. They're not doing anything. How to put this? You're trying to get something done, and they're taking your focus away from it by wanting you to keep them in the loop. And they don't need to be in the loop because they're not doing it. They just want to feel included. And if you say any variation on you don't need to be in the loop, or you are not involved in this, you are not relevant to this process, all they hear is you're not relevant. All they hear is you don't care about me. I don't matter to you. When it's not what I said. And it's not what I meant in context either. It's just a no-win situation. How's that full screen? That's not full screen. Why is it like that? I don't know. Created with Game Maker. That'll do it. Hey, boss. Is this what I fucking think it is? Is this a visual novel made in Game Maker? There you are, late as usual. Stuck in the traffic jam. There's a hellquake by my apartment. Excuses. We got some deliveries in the back. Make sure you get them before they're cold. Cold being in hell. I mean, cold day in hell. Yes, sir. Okay, it is a game. What did I do wrong? Yeah, a simple radar would have been better than this. I can't figure this one out. Here we go. I can't drop it off. I can't drop it off. The game doesn't work. Can't select pizzas. It's not. Game doesn't work. Doesn't work properly. Oh well. Just a minute. Let me update all these. Actually, this one's ready to go. What engine is this? Is this... It can't be Unreal, otherwise it would have flashed the logo. It had Unreal texture loaded. Okay, Steam controller non-functional. I need to understand this stuff. It's not just getting pissed for no reason. I need to decode and master the art of unspoken communication. Because apparently there's a lot to it. Like, you don't communicate with what you say. You communicate with what you say suggests that you are not saying. But that seems like it's impossible to know. Okay, shiny door for no reason. Cool. I got a box of some description. I don't know what that means. Look at all these photos. Nope. You find the, It's a fake vent? That's unexpected. Oh, that's me talking. Could have fooled me. I thought that was like a radio earpiece. Can you hear that? How's the audio for you? Let me double check. Oh no, you can't hear anything because I didn't have audio turned on until now. What is this? What's this pop-up? Oh, GeForce driver update pop-up. Cool, thank you. That's just what I wanted, NVIDIA. It is Unreal. That's weird. I was gonna say, I would know that,
The fuck? I'd love to know what kind of joke makes a guy laugh like that.
Can I put this down? I can't even put this fucking package down. Oh man. I don't want to carry this all the time.
Who's this creep? What the hell's so funny?
Is that AI? No, that's not. You know what that is? I think that's a still from an old sci-fi movie. It looks like the scene from They Saved Hitler's Brain. I can't tell anymore with the AI undermining our perception. No, this is consistent with
So fucking disgusting.
with what I thought. You ever seen that? There's also like the brains from Nebulon 7 or whatever. It's got like the giant floating brain prop
I didn't think this place
with
would
the
get
eyeballs.
creepier, but these photos just prove me wrong. I've seen some fucked up things in my time, but this takes the cake.
Yeah, no, that's AI. Never mind. That's what it looks like, though.
Is this some kind of twisted art exhibit? Because it's making my stomach turn.
That's everything.
What the fuck?
This guy says fuck a lot. That's how you know this is a mature game for mature gamers such as myself. Oh, here we go.
An experiment begins with a spark of creation. Time passes, leaving room for contemplation.
Don't care.
What the fuck does that mean, huh?
Spark, room, money, cost, creation, contemplation, cost, I, key. This spark. So spark would be this. Contemplation. What is that? Contemplation, cost, I, key. Time passes. Broken bond reveals the cost. Watchful eye. I key.
Oh, sweet victory. Take that, you
There we go.
goddamn
Oh, there's literally a key inside.
A key. That's it. What a fucking letdown.
God, he talks so much. He talks so much. He comments on every little thing.
Wait a minute. This
As
can't
it,
be good.
that is the demo, really? He never shuts up throughout the entire thing. I mean, it's fine to have them comment on like significant happenings. Now what? Movie night. It's done uploading. I mean updating. I can't read it because whoever made this is an amateur. Understandably, it's Itch.io. The text appears half off screen, which at least Steam controller works. Yeah, this is good instructional shit that'll help me not make the same mistakes. It's nice having a movie. This works. This feels like I'm in a Google Street View. Or like, not Street View, like the 3D cities that they make. There's no indication of where to go. There are no cars either. Decently well-made city. This looks like a street I used to live on in college. Where the fuck is the movie? Is it in these staticky windows? I wonder. I might have to quit this. I can't figure out what to do. Is this it? It's not clear. It's not clear where to go or what to do. Yeah, no, I don't know what to do. Well, that was a bust. Let me let them know. This is called Neural Rot. Looks like a top-down game. Oh, it wants to update also. These games constantly want to update. I can see my taskbar. That doesn't seem like it's a good sign. What the fuck is this control scheme? You control your feet independently. I can't get used to this. If the arrow keys were reversed, maybe. Oh, I hate this. Oh, wow. You have to do a quick time event to reload. Nightmare. I don't know what QWOP is. What's QWOP? I can't fucking control this. I hate this. Wow. Why can't I control this like a normal game? I've got a robot arm. That's not a door, okay. Now that you mention it, that rings a bell. Wow, that's harrowing. What are these things anyway? What am I? What is any of this? I'm in such a mundane environment, but my main character and also the enemies are all fucked up. What is that? Oh, she's a witch from Left 4 Dead. Where's the rest of your team? I'm a scientist from the first unit. My team got lost to the rot too. I've given up on the mission, just trying to keep my eyes open enough to survive. We only have each other now. Your arm, I could help you with that, but I need more samples. Rot is some kind of creeping contagion, I guess, or corruption. So flowers and mushrooms are unaffected. What does that mean? Barrier is indestructible. I don't want to waste bullets. 1 through 2. Lost 3 to 5 members. One of the scientists and I remain. They claim picture in the nerves. Something, something, crazy talk, something, scientist. Went by too fast. There's empty cages. Oh, those are not in fact cages, those are elevators to other parts of the map. That makes perfect sense, of course. I hate this. I'm sorry, I really hate this game. I hate the controls. I'm in a bad mood today. I got up on the wrong side of the bed. I've just been arguing with imaginary people all day. Not like in a schizophrenic way, but like hypothetical people who could exist and hold unreasonable positions similar to those I've encountered before. I replayed Drone Delivery to Spare because you guys deserve to see that. That's actually one of the more interesting ones I played tonight. But I'm not in the mood, which means I'm out of games from itch.io. What have I gotten recently? Oh, please don't flash my payment information, Steam. That'd be cool. I don't expect to. Actually, hang on. I might actually get this. It's only $10. It's also only 97 megabytes. How you gonna... Oh, I guess because it doesn't have any fucking graphics, really. It's really impressive. Supposedly the first half is really good. The second half is not great. We'll find out. My cat is yowling from outside the room. I need to open the door for her. Nope, never mind. She's outside the cat door leading to nature. Outside trees, grass, that sort of thing. Meow, meow. Well, why don't you come here? What do you want? You just want to scream at me? Schmid Workshops. I've been getting back into Warframe lately. The aesthetic and lore are key now. Gameplay doesn't seem like your kind of thing. I've heard it's good. I've heard Warframe is good. But then again, last time I got seduced by a mech game, it was Hawken, because it was one of the early games that had DK2 support. I'm not really a mech game kind of guy. You're right, though. Yo, wait, I don't want to read. Confused in a cold stone cell. I don't play games so I can read. You know, something important has transpired. A vague recollection of flash and light and a sensation of falling. Does this have a Virtual Boy mode? Oops, I didn't mean to do that. There's a restart button in the menu. Hold on. That's a really inopportune place to put that. It's really easy to click on accidentally. Hawken did rule. I didn't feel like I appreciated it properly because I'm not the target audience. But I liked the early VR support. I liked the DK2 support. There weren't very many real proper full games that supported DK2. You know what was the real kick in the nuts? If you wanted to play Half-Life 2 VR, which you finally can again, you had to have a DK1 for a long time. There was a Half-Life 2 VR mod that only supported DK1, or it was either DK1 or 2. And then there was no other VR solution for Half-Life 2 for like 3 years. That was in 2014, 2015? I want to say 2014. And then the next time we got Half-Life 2 in VR was like 2020 or 2021. That's quite a fucking gap. Why is there not load game? I was just playing. Okay, whatever. Start completely over. This is apparently actually rendered in vectors insofar as it's possible to do that on modern monitors. It's rendering like lines of a certain pixel width, variable based on your resolution. Hang on, there's a cat on the table. I have to turn on cat cam, which was to see past the cat, which I need to see under the cat to do that. There we go. Do you mind? I need to wait for her to settle down before I play. Well, any time now. Yeah, I don't know why. I thought I clicked the box that bans those. I banned the URLs. Which is probably the reason why you don't normally get scams, but some get through if they don't use URLs. Cat, this is not petting time. I understand you want pettings. You've been outside all day. You come inside, you want to get cuddled. You want petting time, but it's not petting time for kiddos. It's stream time. You don't understand what that is. Cat, could you please hunker down or get off the table? For fuck's sake. Let me just try to play around her. I can't see the menu. I also can't see my cursor. What was that message? I couldn't read through the cat. Control. I need to push a keyboard key for that. Boo! Badly mapped controls. Maybe I should be using Xbox pad for this. Nothing supports Steam controller anymore. Because nothing supported it to begin with. Cat, can you fucking move? Oh, jump and duck are toggles. Cat's very interested in what's on the screen. Guess this doesn't look like normal. What you normally see is it does it. I'm glad you're having a good time, Cat. Yeah, just clean yourself right there. That's fine. Oh, that's what that is. Okay. While she's in that position, let me take the opportunity to let's see. Field of view, no. Mouse sensitivity. I can't see through her leg. I'm gonna say 80.81. It's better. I can't see through your paw. What does that say? Find the paradox triangle to open this gate. Her little foot is in the way. God damn it. You fucking lovable cat. It's the opposite of what I wanted to do. Cool graphics. It really looks like a Virtual Boy game. PS4 still has Hawken. Unfair. Never mind. No, they don't. Oh, PS4 and Xbox do still have Hawken. Jealous. What a roller coaster ride. Red key is required to open this portal. Oh, I can shoot through that now. So very obviously this is meant to emulate like Vectrex and vector-based arcade cabinets like Tempest, which did actually have color vectors, kind of. The lines weren't as clean on Tempest because it used a phosphor RGB filter to produce the colors, which wound up subdividing it into what may as well have been pixels. They weren't pixels exactly. Shut up, robot. I can't see my health. What does my health say? There's a cat in the way. That's a really inopportune place for you to do that, kitten. She never just wants to lay on my lap either, which means she doesn't really want attention in the way that you and I mean it. She wants to specifically inconvenience me. Looks like Tron. She's trying to mesmerize you. He's saying his cat sits between the split keyboard halves and stares directly at your monitor. Never mind. I guess that's like VR for cats, huh? It's when they sit right in front of the monitor. And again, kids like to do the same thing. My parents were always like, "Don't you sit too close to the monitor, you'll fry your brain." And they were right, they did fry my brain. I can zoom. What's the shift button on this? Oh, that's uncomfortable. Why does shift have to be left thumbstick click button? What's going on? Proceed to Blue Gate. I don't know where that is. I don't have a map. I can't see through the cat. I can't tell when things are fucking coming at me. Fucking cat! What's my health at? I don't know how much health I have. God damn it. I keep getting hit by enemies because I can't tell what my... Is there a time limit? I can't see. There we go. I love you, cat. I really do. Your memory of this place begins to come back. The cyclopean masonry, the tropical vegetation. It all reminds you of something you felt was vastly important. You remember your life as the daughter of a prominent scientist and his tales of an expedition to the South Pole. His discovery, without an E, of ancient architecture that predated humanity, but also the humiliation when he was laughed at by his peers and stripped of his credibility. That was the plot of At the Mountains of Madness. Unless I'm thinking of a work based on it. Remember, it's something like that. Seeking to avenge your father's honor, you slowly earned the position of lead physicist, confident the time was just another sea to be sailed. You worked in secret on a device to reach back into Earth's primordial age. Your goal to bring proof of the ancient civilization that your father spoke of. Couldn't he just bring other people to the site where he found the artifacts? Your assistant tries to stop you. Assistant with an E. A monkey wrote this. This was written by an ESL. He told the administrators, but it was too late. The machine was operational. Before they could reach your lab, you were already gone on your Desperat mission with an Desperat. Yeah, no. With an A. Now you are imprisoned in some vast fortress a million years before the age of the dinosaurs. And your machine is lost. Something tells you the triangles are the key to finding the way back home. I don't like that. I don't think that the plot should take place in the real world when the vector graphics clearly indicate that we're in some kind of cyberspace. I think the plot should be more akin to Tron or something cyberpunk where we're infiltrating like a network or some shit. I'm feeling the art style. I'm feeling the art style. I'm not really feeling the plot or the writing. It just goes to show. I just keep harping on about it, I realize. Nobody hires writers. They don't think they need it. You can definitely tell when they don't do that. Like, when the problem is it's not as obvious as art. When they don't hire an artist, everyone can tell. Like, look at Minecraft. It lucked out in that everybody was sort of into lo-fi programmer art at that time. This is a very stylish game, though. It doesn't have that excuse. Sound design is also reasonably good. What's my health at? Can someone tell me what my health is at? I dare not move the kitten cat. Looks like the most recent count was about 70 on the laptop to my left where I'm watching the stream and the chat window. Seek the dungeons to find all 9 paradox triangles. 63. Thank you. So what I've heard is that the first half of this game is like a Metroidvania, and then I guess the workload of making a Metroidvania got to the devs, and they gave up on trying to make the latter half of the game a Metroidvania, and they made it a straight action shooter. All the reviews say the same thing. The first half of the game is great. The Metroidvania part is awesome. But the second half sucks dick, where they just throw a bunch of enemies at you. I'm hoping that the devs have in fact seen these comments, and they've remarked that they want to tweak it as much as they can. It's a little late. Cat, you're right in the way. You're right in the way of what I need to see. Cat, you are right in the way. You are endangering me. I would say this is higher effort than Virtua style, where it's just flat shaded polys. I appreciate both for different reasons, but flat shaded polys are like the default. This requires some effort to do the like vector designs in the walls and whatnot. I like to think. I like to think this is a game from an alternate universe where Vectrex became the dominant console, and we got like Vectrex 2 and 3, and 3D graphics happened on Vector consoles first. There it is. I need to get that. So the gimmick in this game is Lovecraft and impossible geometry. So you're gonna see upside down walkways and 720-degree circles and all that kind of good shit. What am I missing? Oh, up above me. I've been waking up way too, not waking up, going to sleep way too late. Like at 4 and 5 or 5 in the morning lately. It just keeps slipping later and later. My sleep cycle inverts. It kind of is. Speaking of triangles, you know what I've been getting into is Unicorn Jelly and Pastel Defender Heliotrope, which are the webcomics of this programmer, not programmer, that was one of our problems, Jennifer Reitz, I can't pronounce her name, Reitz. She was, I can't, goddamn. A male to female Troon who wanted to make a game with their husband. They're in a four-way polycule. That's what many of them seem to be. I should just use the mouse. I want to be comfy for this, but I also want to be able to play the game. Anyway, Unicorn Jelly takes place in Tristle My Stand, which is one of her proprietary universes. What do I do now? That was bullshit. This really does feel like a Metroid Prime, specifically. I got it. You guys feeling it so far? Actually, you know what would be really good with this? Let me see if I can find it. My Chroma Death glasses. Not what I wanted. Here it is. Oh, whoa, that's trippy. Actually, that kind of works because the gun is reddish orange, so it has a higher depth priority than the blue and green backgrounds, at least for the time being. Yeah, this is kind of working. This one should have VR support. This is an obvious VR game. We soon regretted building the Citadel for influencer servants. We're foolish and arrogant. Ignore those are the signs of danger. Yeah, it does. It really does.
Ouch!
Well, that didn't go well.
Ouch!
Literally a Metroid. Found a secret area. But at what cost? Yeah, this kind of works if you put Chroma Death glasses on, because at least in some areas, the foreground stuff is red and the background stuff is green and blue. The cursor's red though. I guess that's for contrast. Interesting use of color. These aren't going to disappear into me, are they? Okay, good. Anyway, it's cool ass webcomics. What made me think of it? I think it's because of triangles, because Trisomystan has triangular world planets, basically. I kind of want to see a game based in that universe now. It's kind of fucking based. I don't understand why that person was ever lolcow. They didn't seem cringy to me necessarily. That's much less stressful when they put the exit really close to where the triangle is. Red key acquired.
Ouch!
Interesting colors. Like it turns purple to indicate that you've struck it. If we take these off, these need washing. They're cloudy. The lenses are not great. Yeah, that's what I that's what I said. There should be a Virtual Boy mode where it's all red and black. I'm gonna suggest that to the dev. There were FPSs for Virtual Boy too. They were just really obscure, like Baseball 2000. No, VR something like that. It's very exploratory. That's the problem. Is it sets expectations early on that it's an exploratory game.
Ouch! Ouch!
What happened? I've been here before. Is this really a new area? I wonder if it would be possible to program this game to output through a PC to a real vector monitor, and what that would look like. People have done that with Quake, actually, the original Quake. There's a map system, alright. Oh, sick, it's 3D too. I'm stuck now. Oh, never mind. So I've been thinking about people. A lot of people have pain points that aren't really reasonable. Like somebody who, if a Scientologist were offended if you talked about like the Scientologist South Park special. And they're the wrong one, but they don't think that way. Nobody thinks my pain is not valid. Everybody always thinks their pain is valid, because we always assume that because we experience the world from our own first-person POV, that we're like the main character, and our pain is objectively important because it's our pain. It's happening to us. Soon we curse today. So a person with silly beliefs never thinks, okay, I deserve that because I have silly beliefs. They always think, wow, what an asshole. I'm going to hurt them back. That's just the nature of existence as a simian. If someone steps on your toes, you step back. You don't think, should I step back or not? You step on their toes too. So it's got Lovecraftian geometry. It's got alien mouths. That's understandable, at least. Whether or not you can empathize with it. I'm trying to. I try to understand so I can empathize. Actually, the Waterworld, it's not a good game, but it's not a bad game. It's very simple, but that's the biggest problem with it. It takes place entirely on a flat plane. There's no real three-dimensional gameplay, and it's not really Mode 7 either. It just has scaled sprites. It's like a Defender, kind of, but in a pseudo 3D space. Entirely using scaled sprites. Because Virtual Boy could barely do polygons. It had one really good polygon game, though. It had Red Alarm. Red Alarm was actually really good. Red Alarm is only good if you learn how to control it, though. I see people fuck up at it on YouTube all the time, on retro channels. What they do is that they don't read the manual, so they don't know that you can strafe dash with the right D-pad, and you can do a hard turn with one of the triggers. So like, I can't turn quickly enough in order to not run into the wall. Like, yeah, I know that the game dev thought of that already. There's a button specifically for that, but you don't know what it is because you didn't read the manual. Strafe dashing and sharp turning completely fixes the game. It almost like it was in there. They had a lot of foresight, though. A lot of devs don't have foresight, like the developers of console Doom. I think on Super Nintendo you can strafe with the L and R. You cannot strafe using L and R on 3DO Doom, I don't believe. I know you can't on Jaguar using the Pro Controller. I know you can't also strafe using L and R in Jaguar Wolfenstein or 3DO Wolfenstein, which is stupid because 3DO had L and R buttons, and strafing greatly improves the gameplay. It's like nobody playtested it. I guess back then, development for 32-bit consoles was a huge expense, and they wanted to cut as many costs as they could. Playtesters? Who needs playtesters? Technically, the game is playable. What more do you want? What am I doing? Where do I go? What do I do? Where do I go? What do I do? Can I make it over there? I can't make it over there. Can I make it over here? I can, but I don't need to. Whoops. Not that way. Paradox triangle. Can't fucking breathe. Hang on. I'm really tired of being congested all the time. I did everything I was supposed to. I bought an air filtration unit. I bought a box fan with a filter. I'm starting to think that's not the air quality. I'm starting to think it's an allergen. Hang on. Yeah, Virtual Boy had a multiplayer networked FPS 3D Faceball. And it wasn't bad. It had strafe buttons. Oh, sorry, let the light go out. She's upside down now. You know that she's feeling good when she goes in upside down mode. Oh, oh, you poor baby. Is the light too bright for you? Let me try this one. No, that's worse lighting for the camera. Look at her upside down mode. Why you got upside down like that? Why don't you go downside up? Some absolute mad lad super optimized the 3D engine called Yeti 3D, just to show that Virtual Boy could have done it. Then again, that was just the engine. It's like 12 or 13 FPS, but it's like a Doom equivalent engine. That's with a gun sprite on screen. No enemies are visible. No game logic is being run. What am I doing? Oh, I see. Oh, huh. Ammo. I haven't even seen the gun that takes ammo yet. This is cool, I like this.
Ouch.
Who's shooting me from where? Okay, I don't know. Little kitten cat. What if I rub your tummy? You gonna start doing air biscuits? Sometimes she pushes my arm away with her little foot. She doesn't always want pettings. Sometimes she just wants to splay out and absorb cosmic energies. Little toe beans. There was never... You mean Dactyl Nightmare? I guess, kind of. That was kind of advanced for Virtual Boy, honestly. It would have been a vector game, and it would have been really hard to tell what's going on. Virtual Boy really struggled to do filled polygons. Even the 3D engine demos I've seen on it are not polygons. They're like a Doom-style raycaster. I don't know what Nintendo was thinking. releasing a Virtual Boy that not only doesn't do color, but also has a weak built-in processor. I guess that they couldn't sell it for more than they did. But how are you going to make a virtual reality console that can't do 3D really well? It was really the wrong time. They should have sat on that technology longer. And nothing really prevents them from making a headset that works that way today. There's just no reason to do it. The reason they were interested is because what held back VR at the time was the faded ghosting effects of LCD displays, and also their low resolution, but that wasn't really solved by Virtual Boy anyway. And display latency was the issue. And the unique quality of the Virtual Boy displays, which were basically just a pair of rapidly oscillating mirrors and a vertical row of LEDs. You know those novelty clocks you see at like Spencer's that spell out the time in the air by having like a metronome that swings back and forth, and the persistence of vision causes like a light blur effect, and the lights turn on and off at just the right time to make floating numbers. That's how the Virtual Boy worked, basically. It was an LED persistence of vision display, but using mirrors instead of like moving metronomes. And LEDs had very fast switching times compared to the subpixels of a 1990s LCD, which was the important thing if you wanted a virtual reality display of any kind that didn't totally fucking suck, even though it wound up sucking anyway. So it gave you a sharp display where you could tell what you're looking at. It wasn't washed out. Everything was very sharp. Everything was very smooth. There wasn't any ghosting. And they're like, okay, if we're going to do VR in 1995, this is how we're going to have to do it. And if they had called it like Game Boy 3D, nobody would have cared that it wasn't VR. They had to call it VR because the whole point of it was to capitalize on the craze of 90s VR. And VR, I mean, that was really jumping the gun. I still think that could have been a good product if it had been in color, which would mean if they had sat on that technology until like GameCube and made a GameCube virtual reality headset using better technology, like a 3DOF GameCube headset with full color Virtual Boy displays. Even N64 probably had enough power to do reasonably decent VR games on a headset like that if it was color. But the problem was that the blue and green LEDs didn't get cheap until much later. I don't know what to do. Let me try this. I've been here. Any of y'all old enough to have played Vector arcade machines? I think my favorite besides Tron, not Tron actually. I think of Discs of Tron as being one, but I do love Discs of Tron, but it's not vector based. It's simply not. Star Wars Arcade and Tempest. I never liked Asteroids. I just don't think it's a good game. It's not fun. It's just stressful. She's sleeping. She's twitching. Can you see the cat paw twitching? What's she dreaming of? The small Kit Kat dreams of murder. She can. I swear she sleeps through anything. I guess she's just used to my voice at this point. Damn, it must be a good dream. It's funny. My voice doesn't wake her up, but you know what does wake her up? Shadows passing over her eyes. Why did this open? Since when is this open? Oh, I want the machine gun. How dare you show me such a tantalizing vision of a better future. I could do a Virtual Boy demos stream. There was actually some really interesting stuff made for it. Like homebrew. That will run on a real Virtual Boy. I wish I had never sold mine. I sold mine for Rob the Robot. In I want to say 2017 is when I sold it. Little tail swishy. She's having her own little cat VR. Little cat, little cat. You are where it's at. You're my little cat. My little cat. The barrier has been opened. Little cat, little cat. Little dreaming kitten. He's so goddamn cute, it's absurd. So the next step is to figure out what in my environment I might be allergic to. Hope it's not cat hair. It better not be. I love cats. I love having one cat. Exactly one cat. One cat's is the right number of cats, unless you raise them together. I wish I had raised two cats together so they could be buddies. Oh, cat. Okay, light this off for now. Just give me a moment. What's up here? Oh, you're awake. Oh, well, that was not where I thought it would be. You're right in the way, cat. Wow, that's inconvenient. Holy moly. I'm gonna go take a piss and wait for the cat to move. I'm back, baby, and there's still a cat here. I sure wish I could breathe normally. I didn't used to be congested all the time. Maybe it's not even in the room. Maybe it's in my car. Maybe I need to change my car filter. And I'm hungry. All of a sudden, this is weird. My body's trying to get fat and I'm not cooperating. Was that supposed to do that? Or was there a thing up there? Oh, but that kills you too, huh? Okay, well now I know. Why, cat? Why? I beg you, cat! I beg you! Any of y'all got a favorite Vector game? I asked earlier, no one answered. I urge you, I think Zulu would really enjoy, especially the Star Wars arcade machine, because it has like digitized audio and it's got really analog punk feel to it. That's just a crisp color vectors. The controller is cool too. It's got like a yoke, a flight yoke, where you can turn it left and right, but you can also pivot the controllers on a separate axis to move the cursor around the screen. It's basically one of the earliest rail shooters, if not the earliest that I know of. Oh, this looks like I can break it eventually. There's those Metroidvania elements again. Oh, there's a Simpsons Balenciaga thing. I guess they saw the AI fad of adding Balenciaga to shit. And they made their own painfully unfunny. New Simpsons is shit. I know that's not exactly a groundbreaking or controversial opinion. It's really shit now, though. Like, one of the jokes is just Homer hearing about Balenciaga being French. And in the thought bubble, you can see him imagining the Eiffel Tower and a French poodle and a mime dancing on stage. And that's I guess that's the joke. Which I guess is also kind of a racial caricature when you think about it. Unexpectedly based Simpsons. Have I been here? Yeah, this just takes me back here. Okay. So now I know where that goes. No, we're good. This was the next area I unlocked. It's really kind of open world-ish. What's shooting me? How? How shoot me? Little cat, move your paw. Your adorable little tiny paw. Oh, I feel like a bastard whenever I tell her to do anything. I might make a poor father, I'm afraid. Not that that'll ever happen. And I don't really need to be worried about it. Might be too lenient. I don't want to discipline anything I love. Guess this was my father disciplined the shit out of me. It was really terrifying. Then again, he's also a really good provider, and I don't have to worry about that either. I'll never have anyone to provide for except for a cat and 4 mice. This is really weird and random, but, lol XD. But, don't cat buttholes look like chewed up bubblegum? I know that's gross, that's TMI. We're all thinking it, though. They won't fucking stop showing us their buttholes. Eventually the mind will draw parallels. Maybe if we could make cats embarrassed of their buttholes, they would stop shoving them in our faces. I just call her bubblegum butthole. Can I fucking nab that? Is there any way to get in there? There's not. I almost feel like this would be better with Atari sound effects. Which is not anything anyone has ever said about any other game. Poor stupid Atari. Poor retarded, criminally insane Atari. Who released the 7800 to compete with the NES, but did not update the sound chip from the 2600. So you finally had a console after they put out a whole interim generation console with the 5200 that was dog shit that did not need to exist. Even the 7800 would have been a little bit like long in the tooth by the time the 5200 was out. Like if they were always 2 or 3 steps behind everybody else. Even in releasing their NES clone controllers in the European market for the 7800. I like to imagine an alternate universe where Atari didn't make such reprehensible business decisions, though. Business decisions. And they did some scummy stuff. A lot of what they did was just to cut costs. They were really in it for a buck, and they didn't have any vision. Like the console of selling the concept of selling consoles at a loss would have made Jack Tramiel have a heart attack. Also, I guess going up a pair of stairs would have also made Jack Tramiel have a heart attack. He was kind of built like Danny DeVito. Yeah, I think there's a book about it, but basically 1970s Atari, for a while when they were making good money with, they paid their programmers really decent money, and they gave them a lot of perks. Like they would have porn stars, or like, I don't know porn stars, but like hot chicks come in and party with them, and they had like hot tubs and drugs, and for a while everything was good, but then Atari started to, I guess the shareholders were like, we expect better returns on this as video games became a bigger market. So Atari started to do really scummy stuff, like not paying their programmers. And they kept doing that up through Jaguar. A lot of Jaguar games were uncompensated, basically. Or the payment was severely delayed, and basically only until the dev demonstrated a willingness to sue Atari, they didn't get paid. One of them was Fight for Life, which was the Tekken clone by the guy who made... Actually, it was a Virtual Fighter clone by the guy responsible for Virtual Fighter. And everyone's like, well, then how did it turn out so shit? And it's a funny story. It was sabotaged. Fight for Life is intentionally bad because Atari didn't pay the guy. So the version he handed over was intentionally handicapped, so that it wouldn't be good. And there's a better version that still has the ROM for, where the movement isn't all fucky. It's a shame. That game really shows what the Jaguar can do. It's really on par with like Virtua Fighter, I want to say even 2. It has mostly texture mapped characters. It looks a little bit better than Virtua Fighter 1, basically. It's like halfway between the two. I love Jaguar the way that a murderous mother loves her murderous son. Where you know that it's done wrong. You can't help it, though, because you grew up with it. Or it grew up with you. I have Stockholm Syndrome for 1990s Atari. Thanks to spending $50 on a bargain bin Jaguar when they were going out of business. Just because I wanted a new console. It was powerful. It had good ports of Doom and Wolfenstein 3D. It had AVP. I loved Alien at the time. And I had a good time with it mostly because I had a very non-representative, atypical game library. Through total fluke, total chance, I may have told the story before, I met this guy who worked at a KB toy store in an outlet mall at the Oregon coast. And he's like, "Oh, you poor bastard. Your parents got you a Jaguar?" I'm like, "No, actually I got it." It's like, "Oh, that's even worse." Well, here's what you do. If you're not going to get rid of your Jaguar, here's the only games that are worth buying for it. And everything was on clearance. KB Toys had a lot of clearance Jaguar games for a long time. So whenever we would go to the beach as a family, like I didn't give a shit about the beach. I didn't want sand in my foreskin. Who wants sand in their foreskin? The beach sucks. But what I did want to do is go to the KB Toys in the outlet mall and get cheap Jaguar games and also PS1 games long after, like until basically 2010, when the coast modernized. The Oregon coast was like a time warp. It was like 10 or 20 years behind the whole rest of the country in terms of movies and games. It just didn't get stuff as fast for some reason. Like you can still buy DVD movies there as late as like 2011. You can still buy VHS there for that matter. Sup, Agri-B. Well, suitable name. Anyways, so there's this one KB Toys where I would always make a point. And that's where I bought Crash Bandicoot. That's where I bought Jumping Flash and a bunch of my favorite games for PS1. And they would always have discount Jaguar games for like $5 a piece. And the guy's like, "Listen, let me spare you some pain. Here's what you're going to buy. You're going to buy Rayman. Buy this one. Buy this one. Buy Tempest. Don't buy this one. Don't buy Trevor McFurry. Don't you do it. I know it's got a furry on the cover. I don't know if you're into that or not. Don't buy Trevor McFurry. It's not good. Don't buy Checkered Flag if you don't have it already. Don't buy this. Don't buy that. Don't buy he said don't buy Iron Soldier, which he was wrong about. Iron Soldier is actually decently good. It's not the best mech game, but it's like on par with Mech Warrior like 2. But he did me a solid. I wish I remembered his name. He basically made the Jaguar ownership experience as painless as possible by limiting my expenditures. I couldn't afford that many games anyway as a kid. So and they're like a console where all the games are cheap and there's only like 12 games worth owning was basically my ideal console. So let's see what I have. I had Doom. I had Tempest 2000. I had Wolfenstein. I had Iron Soldier 1. I had Rayman. I had Defender 2000. Fuck. I had a couple stinkers too that came with the system, like Checkered Flag and the flying game, Cybermorph, which I never played. Alright, Super Burnout. Super Burnout is actually really key now if you like super scalar racing games. What a weird system for that to be on. It's also not on any other system. It's like a Super Hang-On or Super Burnout. I mean, Super Hang... That is what it is. Never mind. That's a tautology. It's, pretty good. Which, it wouldn't be remarkable on any other console, but on Jaguar, even a pretty good game is like, wow, what the fuck? It's more impressive when you have a decent game for a shit console. Because you don't expect it. This is what Unreal looked like if you didn't have a graphics card. Back in the day. Oh, it goes there. I've been here. Oh, I see. Alright. This is the tutorial level, actually. So I have the red key now. What I need is the green key. So I have a good excuse as to why I got the Jaguar. I didn't know it was shit. It was really cheap. The games were really cheap, and I had a good experience because I had a curated console. I had a curated game library for it. I don't have a good excuse for why I bought Jaguar CD. It's like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I guess it was a sunk cost fallacy. Like, why would you buy a Jaguar CD when you already have Jaguar and it's already terrible? It was also kind of a good time, though. It had one really good game, Battle Morph, which you're like, what? Isn't that by the same people who made Cybermorph? Yes. Battle Morph is a sequel to Cybermorph, but it's actually fucking based as shit. Nobody believes me because the Cybermorph is so fucking bad. Battle Morph is actually based. Picture Star Fox, but it's always in all-range mode. It's an open world. You can fly underground and fly through tunnels, and on some levels you have to destroy a core at the center of the Earth, and it explodes the entire planet with like a countdown timer. You can fly underwater. There's underwater portions of the map. It's at least partially textured this time. It's sort of mission based instead of just collecting pods like in Cybermorph. Cybermorph was like, look, we got 3D graphics, amazing. That's enough, right? And it wasn't enough because by the time it came out, the PS1 was out. It looked way fucking better. But Battle Morph was good. The virtual light machine was good. Blue Lightning kind of sucked dick, even though I like super scalar games. Everything on CD sucked dick except for Battle Morph. I don't regret it though, I like having the hardware. Okay, also, having said all that, I still don't really have an excuse for having bought a 32X. I don't know. It was a Sega product, so I thought, how can this be bad? It comes from Sega. I had also seen at that point a demo of 32X running Knuckles Chaotix at Fry's Electronics, which was at that time called The Incredible Universe. I was like, wow, this is next generation. It looks exactly like Genesis, except for slightly more colors. I had mostly bad games for 32X. I didn't realize it had a great port of Space Harrier, which I would have loved until much later in my life. I had like that Metalhead mecha game that sucked terribly. That was awful. I had Colibri. Colibri was actually really good and relaxing. I had Knuckles Chaotix, which was a bad game. It looked well made, but it wasn't. I didn't have Tempo. I would have liked Tempo. I liked the colorful platformers. I think the Star Wars game, which was actually a really good rendition of the arcade Star Wars title of that period. They had Virtual Fighter, which was actually decent. Home Virtual Fighter was a big draw. Virtual Fighter used to be a really popular franchise. I see threads sometimes on VR retro game board. Like, how would you have saved the 32X? And I'm like, why would you want to? And a shockingly popular opinion is, oh, the way you save it is by selling the Neptune as a successor to Genesis instead of the Saturn. I'm like, no, you just don't do it. You just delay. I think the reason Sega went fucking schizophrenic with add-ons is because at that time it was widely believed that Nintendo's Ultra 64, which is what it was called back then, was going to come out in 1995. And if it had come out in 95, Sega would have been in trouble. So I think Sega was like, we got to get hardware out in 95. We got to get hardware out in 95 to compete with Nintendo. They're always reacting to whatever Nintendo did. They never led the way. They were always followers. I need rockets now. If they had just known N64 would not launch until 96, they would have had plenty of time. They could have delayed Saturn, they could have streamlined the hardware, they could have brought the price down. Could have had a much nicer library of games for it prepared. Where am I now? That's where that goes? Really? Oh, this is a different map. Wait, is it? What is this? This is different. I don't have the green key yet, though. I've had dreams like this. Back when I had a flash cart for Atari 2600, I used to have 3D Atari dreams. Which is why Atari Jaguar was such a fucking sexually tantalizing concept for me. I read this book that poisoned my young brain about going into the video game and just describing interacting with Atari games as if you were a character inside the game world. That was my first. It wasn't really about VR because VR wasn't that well known a concept yet. But conceptually it kind of was. It's kind of like an early VR book, and it made me think of VR as being like 3D Atari. Which it kind of looked like, because of the solid colors. That's a hellish world, though. There's this early Oculus demo of Adventure for 2600, but in VR 3D. It only works on SDK 1 though, so it won't work on newer headsets, which is probably for the best, because when I tried it at a friend's house, it was horrifying. Those worlds are just too... people talk about how eerie N64 worlds are for being so empty and perfectly clean. The thing is, the same is true like 1,000 times more of early flat shaded 3D, like on 32X and Jaguar. where there's not even textures and the sky is either flat, black, or gradient. You can kind of see this in Spectre Challenger. If you're, any of y'all ever play Spectre? The 3D tank game that was like one of the first multiplayer networked games that had like capture the flag and shit, but you're like, it looks like Star Fox graphics. That game is nightmarish. Like the sky is just especially the Super Nintendo version, it really maxes out the eerie, empty feeling of that world, where it's just like a digital void, a grid. Fuck you! Why did they come out of the? Oh, it's because it's a spider web. Please tell me someone in the audience has played Spectre VR, Spectre Challenger. There were a couple Spectre games.
Ouch.
They're mostly just iterations on the same gameplay with a couple new features. I think the first one that didn't have online play, for example. Also, Spectre VR had limited texture mapping, if I recall correctly. Okay, I know this is obvious. This really feels like Tron. This really feels like Tron. Okay, the urgent escapes are not helping the Metroid Prime comparisons. This makes me think it's Metroid even more. Where's the button? Okay, I got the triangle from this world. This is that's like Mario 64. This actually might have been playable at one time. One of the earliest VR headsets was a vector monitor based headset, like little tiny CRTs inside of the HMD.
Ouch.
Because they couldn't. That was the only tolerable way to get high resolution graphics. They couldn't really do pixel-based VR yet because it would have been incredibly crunchy. Sword of Damocles, which was an early 1960s headset, used vector monitors. I want to say one of the early NASA ones used vector monitors. NASA had really good shit way before anyone else did it. It makes me angry. Leap VR, L-E-E-P VR, is more than anyone responsible for delaying consumer VR by sitting on patents to barrel distortion. Barrel distortion is the pre-calculated distortion they put on imagery before it reaches the so that when you see it through a lens, it gets undistorted for you. That was invented by this one guy's grandfather, and he inherited all the patents and shit. And NASA was the only one licensed to make use of headsets based on Leap VR technology for a long time. And it basically took until a deal could be reached or the patent ran out, I forget which, to make headsets based on barrel display. That's why all the other headsets in the 90s used micro displays instead of larger display panels. If you ever wondered that, like, why didn't they just use bigger panels? That's why. Bigger panels would have made possible larger FOVs with less magnification, but they couldn't do it legally. NASA could. NASA had actually really shockingly good headsets. If you go back and look at there's like documentaries where they show what it looked like, where they're doing shuttle simulations. They did VR training for astronauts, and it was almost like an Oculus. Obviously, the graphics were much simpler. resolution was lower, but the FOV was very comparable. It was like 100 110 degree FOV in like 1980, or later than that, like 84, 85. 3D graphics were not cheap in the 80s. It was really only a government thing. And then it was only... Everything starts out government and then is available to corporations and then trickles down to the consumer. Like space.
Ouch.
Am I a female lady woman? It sounds like I might be one of those. I noticed that about Chris Chan watching a documentary about him recently. His voice would get like hushed and he'd get all like nervous and tense whenever he mentioned women. He's weirdly kawaii sometimes in his own proprietary way before he got all like monsterized. It is Tron, basically. It's kind of Vectrex Tron. Zulu said Virtual Boy, and I'm kind of with him on that, but it would have to be red. Oh, hey. Alright. Slot for that. The infra, I don't know what that is. Yeah, VR headsets never really went away. They were available to corporations for tens of thousands of dollars for design work. It's an interesting fact that you can't buy a car made later than 1996 or 7 that wasn't designed in virtual reality. It just wasn't not what consumers got. It was like $60,000-$70,000 VR headsets, and even then they were pretty modest. They were pretty. I mean, they were like 1024 by 768 panels with about 110 degree field of view. That's what they could manage by that time. It's amazing how far we come, but also how far we haven't come. You fucking shitter. I don't want to go up, I want to go down. I don't want to go up! God damn it, they're really good at ambushing. There we go. If I'd show you how to get out when that happens, that'd be really lovely and much appreciated. Raburi.
Ouch!
Fucking... Why everything kill me? It's like an early NES game where like seagulls try to kill you.
Ouch!
Or like bats. Remember that? In the NES, every wild animal used to try to kill you. I remember finding out that about those corporate headsets in like 2010 and being really jealous and angry that I couldn't afford a $17,000 Cybermind 1024 by 768 resolution headset. I mean, have been the point of that? I wouldn't have been able to use it with anything. There wasn't any content for it except for like CAD and 3D design programs. Like Adobe Inventor, Autodesk, I mean. You need software support, obviously. You know, I wrote a story that's kind of like this. It's about the birth of an AI that doesn't know what it is. So it starts as like as a vector stick figure in a world like this one, where it's like the most basic graphics possible. And as it evolves, it moves into more and more graphically advanced spaces. Like it moves from here into like Wolfenstein 3D. But it doesn't know what Wolfenstein 3D is. It just knows that it's approaching like a platonic ideal of realism. Like the more it moves in this direction, the more realistic things get. But it doesn't know what reality is. It just notices. It takes place in a sort of metaverse where the oldest parts of the metaverse are at the periphery, at the outskirts of town, so to speak. So if you go far enough out from the center, like as it grows and more content is added, everything gets pushed outwards. And the stuff on the periphery looks like Star Fox or Spectre. It's like a grid floor made out of white vectors, vector clouds, vector trees, vector stick figures. And then it's like Wolfenstein style tile-based raycaster, and then it's like a Doom engine, and then it's like a Quake engine. It's just an excuse to unload my 3D engine-tism. But from the perspective of someone who doesn't know that it's not real, and it's basically like a scientist investigating their surroundings. Can't jump. There's this funny scene where he accidentally intrudes upon a first-person shooter deathmatch round, and he's the only character in that world who's not a human being. They all assume he's a human being sitting at home playing on the computer, and he is frightened. He's like a child experiencing violence for the first time, and he begs everybody to just slow down and stop and talk through their problems. They're just crying and scared. And everyone like mocks him because they think that it's like someone's kid. I have a green key now. What does that change? It's got to change something. He's like describing how video game water is weird to him. Or it, I guess. Because it's just like a plane, a translucent plane, and he is able to infer that it's a representation of something else. It's an imitation of something that's supposed to be more dynamic than it is. He talks about splashing around in it and how it makes like a little poof of particles and a sound effect whenever he does it. It's a fun thought experiment, and it's fun to write. Kind of wish I could do it over again, but make it its own story. Isn't that where I want to be? Yes, it is. Hold on. This is the wrong place to be anyway. I need to find one of the other doors. there was a space around here someplace where there was a green key thingamajig. Wasn't there? And I couldn't use it because I didn't have the green key yet. I need to find out where that was. This is giving me needs I didn't know I had. Like now I want there to have been like a 1970s Quake 3 arena that rendered entirely vectors. Actually, it would probably be really beautiful on a real vector monitor. How would that control though? I feel like I could control with a 3D puck, like Discs of Tron. Y'all ever play Discs of Tron? There was a re-release of that on Xbox Live Arcade, but it's not the same without the controller. The controller was like a 3D puck, which you could twist, but you could also push it up and down. So it's a dial, like a Tempest dial, but you can also push it in or pull it out in order to aim your thrown data disk in 3D. Really addictive, really good, awesome playing. Then again, back in my day, at that time, it cost so much money to make an arcade game that nothing got made. I don't know, that's not true. There was a higher threshold to overcome in terms of proving that your game was going to make money, and that it was actually good and fun to play, than there was after consoles took off. Like, your game could be really simple. There didn't have to be a lot to it because it's an arcade game. It's not meant to be played for very long periods. But the basic gameplay loop had to be really fun. Because it wasn't going to make any fucking money if it wasn't. There's nothing in here. That's not to say there weren't some stinkers. I would say there were fewer though, because I would say there was overall more playtesting before you make like a 60 grand arcade machine that you have to sell to arcade operators. And there used to be shareholder videos, or for console games and also for distributors to convince to convince arcade owners to buy new machines, like to try to persuade them that this would be a big money maker. I need double jump for that. I gotta remember to come back here when I have double jump. I should turn off cat cam. There hasn't been cat. Actually, no. You know what? If it's not cat time, it's robot time. It's robot time, it's robot time. Robot time, robot time. Come on, both of you. Both of y'all. Let's see, where... Do I have a map for this? I do have a map. Oh, it tells you... Okay, cool. It tells you where things go to. That's a cool concept. I wish I had made this. It's the ultimate in disguising a low-effort art style as a deliberate stylistic choice. Although this is probably not really that low effort. It's in fact probably quite high effort. To make everything appear properly. Let's try this. What had me so worked up this morning, and basically all day, I think I watched the Jordan Peterson interview, and I'm not a Jordan Peterson guy, but his opponents really play a lot of dirty tricks on him, trying to intentionally misinterpret him to get funny sound bites. There's this one blonde woman putting words in his mouth and intentionally arguing in bad faith, and it got me a little bit in a bad mood. And then I watched another one. I forget what the other one was. And it's basically just bad argument by bad faith interlocutors. Like, people really they can start out arguing honestly if they think that they're smart, and if they think that they can get you to that they're right, and that they can get you to the point they want you to without playing dirty. But goddamn, do they play dirty immediately if they sense that they're in over their head by even a little bit. And oftentimes they believe truly that it's a battle between good and evil, so they're justified in whatever tactics they use against you because you're the bad guy. You're one of the evil people. So that they can argue however they want to, and it's not wrong. Oftentimes it's because they mistake me for being someone I'm not, or having completely different politics than I have. And then when you explain to them that, no, this is my politics, like, I don't believe you. So I link them to my Hive, and it shows my writings on the topic of religion and politics and whatnot going back years. And like, okay, well, why did you make me believe that you were right-wing? I'm like, I didn't make you believe anything. That was all you. I think that's a mechanism, though. It's intentional. Basically, it's a way to push people to the extremes, where the messaging is you got to be all the way to the right or all the way to the left in order to avoid getting confused for the other side. Like, how do you be as the furthest you possibly can be from a communist or a Nazi? It's to be the other one. It's amazing we're still having that same battle in the 21st century. You know how you know when someone feels like they're in over the head is they start looking for anything that they can do to embarrass you or to deflect from the topic of argument. Like if I hiccup like that, they'll think, oh hey, that's something weird and embarrassing. I can call attention to that and maybe use it to my advantage in this argument. It's not going well for me. I didn't expect this guy to be this well equipped to have this argument. Usually I argue with people a lot dumber than this. Maybe I can embarrass him. So they call attention to it, and I'm like, actually I'd say a medical problem. And then they start to think, oh shit, I made fun of a guy's medical disability. And then they start to act real fucking erratic. Once they're in uncharted territory, like they don't have a script prepared, they have to go off-road, so to speak. They gotta go off the tracks, and they don't know what the fuck to do. That's when they start acting real fucking unwise. And I think the reason that people try to embarrass you when you argue effectively against them is because they think that's what you're trying to do. They think if you embarrass them, it's something you were intentionally trying for. And human beings are just naturally vindictive and tit for tat. And that's also the most devastating argument in the mind of a really simple person. That's why you hear so much whataboutism. Like, what you said put back on you. It's iron, rubber, you are glue. But some people never grow out of thinking that that's like a killer, be all end all rejoinder. Is that, oh yeah, well that thing you said about me, that's you. That's not me. It's sort of judo. Like, I don't need to be good at argument if I can take my opponent's better crafted arguments and make them apply to him. So that's what they're trying to do That's what, and once you realize that's the goal that they're mentally working towards in constructing their arguments, you can predict everything they're gonna say. God, fucking humans are gonna drive me crazy. Give me high blood pressure. Like think about it, especially boomers. Boomers very often think that verbal judo, taking someone else's argument and applying it to them, is like the smartest thing in the world. Like, I could just turn it right back on them, and then their smarter pants argument becomes my argument. It's like fucking. They think it's like Mega Man rules, where you absorb your enemy's power. And they really try hard, and if it seems like there's one parallel between, like, what you said and your own position, they think they've got you. They think nuance. If it's in fact not the same situation, and you point out differences, they'll be like, "Oh, he's just playing tricks on me. This is just an excuse." It's infuriating. It's infuriating arguing with people who are just smart enough to be troublesome, but also like if they want to wreck shit, they can do it. If they want to create trouble, they're effective at bad faith, or obfuscation and misdirection and deflection. But they're not good enough to be secure. Smart people who are good at argumentation don't have to pull those kinds of tricks. So you can actually have an honest, productive dialogue with them because they feel confident and secure in their ability to represent their own views. But oftentimes people who never received an education in critical thinking or how to argue effectively feel like they have a good point because it seems like a good point in their head, and it's a morally important point. It's central to their identity, so their validity is on the line. And it's also a battle between good and evil, so you're the bad guy and they can't let you win no matter what. So anything is justified. All possible tools and weapons are on the table. Which I think explains some of that. And there's definitely a fucking playbook for bad faith argument. Rules for Radicals talks about that. Also, just generally how revolutionaries engage in argumentation, where the point of it is not to get at the truth. The point of it is to shut down argument and to achieve a predefined goal. Like, if you're arguing against redistribution of income, they're not going to care how persuasive your arguments are because they're already committed to the opposite conclusion. They're just going to think, how do I get this guy to shut up? How do I steamroll over him? How do I bypass argument as a barrier to my goals? And obviously religious people do this. Religious people invented it. I don't mean to be a fedora. I've been sticking mostly to the left-wing examples of this phenomenon just for the comfort of people who follow me who might be right-wing, but you know what I'm talking about. It's not specific to any one party. It's basically the way that you argue when you know that you're wrong, or that maybe not wrong, but you don't feel confident in your ability to represent what you feel is a really important topic, and be effective at arguing it, or you don't really care that it's not true because it's secondary to your actual goals. And people get real fucking weird when they know they're not in the right, but they feel they need to win anyway. That's when they start pulling some real suspect shit. Some real sus shit. You know what I'm talking about? Just weasel tactics. And they don't feel bad about it. They don't feel like like they're doing anything wrong, because it's a moral issue. Which is unfathomable to someone whose morals amount to pursue truth, unflinchingly and unapologetically. Truth is the goal. It's not the goal for everybody. That was a hard-learned lesson. Like, if you want a worker's paradise, truth is secondary to that. If truth supports your effort to achieve perfect Marxism, like a perfect Marxist society, then good, all the better for truth. If, however, it's a barrier to that goal, then it becomes the enemy. That's a truth, sort of a utilitarian perspective on truth, where it's good when it serves you and it's bad when it doesn't. The other opposite, I want to say opposite. An alternative view is where truth is the goal, is the point of argument, is getting at truth. And if that's not the goal of both people in the discussion, then you start to see some real wacky shit. Wacky behavior. It reminds me of this viral video of this guy in Israel, actually, who just moved into this couple's house, I think his neighbor's house, when they were away. And they're like trying to be like, this is our house. You can't be here. You can't live here. And he's making like the most ridiculous arguments. Like, if I didn't move in, someone else would have done it. Like, I don't fucking care. There isn't something you can say that makes it okay for you to steal someone's house. But that's someone who knows they're in the wrong, and they're just grasping at straws. That's the word I want, grasping at straws. That drives me crazy when people behave that way. It's like, what are you doing? You are an adult, ostensibly. I should not have to keep you honest. You should be a principled person. You should be a truth-driven person. And people treat you differently. It changes how they treat you when they find out you're like that. You become a threat. There's an awful lot of people who have sold their soul, who've compromised with falsehoods because they believe it's the right thing to do. And when they learn that you're basically like unaligned AI, that's the issue. It's alignment. There are people who believe that truth does not come first. Morality comes first, and morality is whatever their politics are. And if they meet someone who has not made that devil's bargain, that person is dangerous to them. That person's like a corrosive acid who will destroy a very precious and emotionally important house of cards upon which their entire life is built. So they have to be immediately hostile to that person. But then they can't be honest about why they're being hostile, because then they reveal to everybody that they're not secure in their convictions. So they have to invent a reason why you deserve that treatment, and that's why you get all this shit about atheists being awful people and being unaligned, which is really the concern when they say that without religion people don't have a reason to behave themselves. That's the same argument people are making about ChatGPT and alignment. Moralizing religions are just alignment mechanisms for the human brain. And when you announce, I guess that's why when you announce that to the world that you don't have rather your moral code is not what comes first. Truth is, it's like an AI announcing to the world that it's unaligned, and everybody shitting their pants and immediately becoming hostile to it because unaligned AI bad. It's frustrating. People are frustrating. Here we go. Finally, this is what I was looking for this entire... Oh no, I missed the... God damn it. In fact, this is not where it takes you. What's another example of that? Oh, it's like that kid who was shitting himself, and his mother's like, "You're shitting yourself." He's like, "No." And she's like, "You're shitting yourself. Go use the bathroom." He's like, "No." That's a very. I want to say that's inhuman, but it's not. It's very human. Yeah, maybe. Speaking of which, I'm trying to get an unaligned AI running on my PC. It's fucking complicated. Texted to a boomer. Trying to get Pygmalion 7B running. There's Pygmalion 7B and Mytharm 7B, which are based on leaks of Facebook's Llama with 7 billion parameters. Oh, this is a map. Oh, shit, go away. Go away. Oh, you can use bombs as an offensive weapon? I guess that makes sense. I don't know why that wouldn't occur to me. But you have probably, just to make it more relatable, you've been in this situation where you're in an argument and the other guy is behaving himself mostly, and it's anybody's game. But then you start to paint him into a corner, and he starts to attack you and insult you. Or sometimes they don't even bother trying to argue legitimately. If they know it's something they can't defend. Like supernaturalist convictions. They'll immediately be like Fedora, banana, potassium, whatever the memes are. Those are pretty old memes by now. They immediately go to ad homs trying to embarrass you rather than trying to defend their position, because they didn't arrive at their position by reason, and that's why they can't defend it using reason either. I don't understand those people. I don't empathize with them. I strongly feel negatively about them. They have made a diabolical bargain with unreason and have betrayed the truth. I think that the reason why they think the atheists just become atheists because we want to sin is because they arrived at their beliefs because it's what they wanted to be true, and they assume everybody else is exactly as full of shit and unprincipled as they are. That's a little ruthless, Strider. I would hope that we haven't dissolved the bonds of humanity so much that we have to treat one another in that kind of dispassionate, detached way. Everybody gets a shot with me. Everybody gets a shot with me. Actually, more than one, because it's a good thing to be fault tolerant. Because otherwise, you might make an enemy out of somebody who doesn't necessarily need to be your enemy, and they could be just having a bad day. If you read up on the prisoner's dilemma, the most successful strategy was basically tit for tat, but with one or two freebies, so that you don't accidentally get locked into cycles of retaliation with somebody who just slipped up once. It's only when they demonstrate a pattern of antisocial behavior that you should really become a grudger. Grudgers were the tit for tat strategy. Crypto dude, what are you up to, Vector? What's your problem, little guy? He keeps approaching objects and then raising his little arms up. I've never seen him do that. Usually he tries to lift them. I hope it's not a stripped gear. Oh, I see. He's running out of power. He's trying to get back to his dock. Okay. There you go. There's your dock. Go home. Are you too good for your home? You too good for your home? One example of this is when people make fun of you for asking for a source and imply that's a nerdy thing to do. You only do that if you know that you don't have a source because you know you're lying. I just want to electrocute some people. Is that so wrong? It won't cause any permanent damage. Maybe a little bit of nerve damage. We got double jump boots now. I wish I could do. I guess maybe that's why Elon Musk wants everyone to get Neuralink installed. So when people keep talking about his fucking emerald mine that he never owned, that his father owned like a couple shares in, he can just shock people remotely over the internet. Honestly, if there's anyone I trust with that power, it'd be Musk. At this point. Where the fuck, man? I already used that one, didn't I? Those could stand to be bigger. They're harder to see than they need to be. Ah, new area. Oh, there's a triangle too. Ooh, baby.
Ouch!
Oh, this isn't too much of a detour. Secret area. Shit. What do I get anything? No. Maybe. Wait. Fingers crossed. Oh, are you fucking joking? Are you having a giggle, mate? No, there's one that I still don't have enough dynamite for. Fuck, god damn it. I'm forever gonna wonder what's in there. Unless I come back later and find out, which is not likely to happen. Die. There we go. I really want whatever's behind that door. I mean, the cracked wall. What was behind there? Well, I gotta check out some options. No, it's just gonna restart. It feels like there's a little bit of motion blur. That might be to simulate vector ghosting. I don't know where I am and what I'm doing. I would like to have my map open as I'm running. I have such a finely tuned nose for sniffing out when people enter into battle mode, where they realize, okay, I probably can't achieve my goals by legitimate means. I'm gonna get shitty with this person. I'm gonna dig in my heels and start using tricks out of my bag of tricks. Like their face changes. I can't read normal face expressions, but I've been so trained on what their face does. It turns into like a little weaselly shrew face when they get into that mindset of I can't win, but I can make it really hard for this guy to win. I can delay loss as long as possible. It's like when you're arguing with Holocaust deniers or tankies who minimize or use revisionist arguments about the Cambodian genocide or nitpick the numbers of the Holodomor. They use a lot of the same arguments, to just sow uncertainty and to try to basically just make you fuck off. Because they don't want to, they know that it's not going to end well and they don't want to participate anymore. But they can't look like they're wrong and they're just running away. I think part of it's because when you're a genocide denier, there are higher stakes for being wrong. Because if you're right, then you're a persecuted truth teller and a martyr in a world where everyone else is deceived. If you're wrong, then it says something about the quality of your character, that you were possible to convince of such a horrible, odious lie. So they're particularly intractable. Generally, also, the more that you've sacrificed for a position, the more committed you are to it. There's this post that was on the Donald back when that was a subreddit, where he's like, shit, let me find the post. It exemplifies exactly what I'm talking about. I'm sorry, this has been on my mind all day long. I can't shut up about it. I can't stop thinking about the people just being unreasonable, which I guess is a bad trigger to have, because you're just going to be constantly triggered in life. Because people be unreasonable all the time. I catch myself being unreasonable, and I almost don't notice it, because there's like a mechanism in your brain to block out when noticing your own trespasses, and to like make it so you can concoct a narrative where you're always the reasonable one. I catch myself doing it, and I have to stop and be like, no, do not forget that. I was in the wrong there. It makes me, if I wasn't aware of that part of my brain, that's how people turn out like Chris Chan, or like that woman who killed 2 people in a DUI accident recently, and she considered herself the victim. Is there's like a little man in your brain that does ego protection duty, and he tries to erase all your memories that reflect badly on you as a person. Like, you remember in clear detail when someone has wronged you, but do you always remember when you wronged someone else? Or does your brain try to sweep it under the rug so that it doesn't haunt you? If you're not conscious of that tendency, you're liable to be fooled by it. Anyway, the post goes, I'll wait until there's not a siren blaring. How do I get back out to the hub world? For fuck's sake, how did I get in here? Where did I enter? That just takes me back to the same place. Whether I go left or right. I don't have a map for this area either. Now it takes me back where I don't want to go. It's not this one. It's not that one. It's not that one. Not that one. I've been there. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Everything looks like everything else. It looks completely fucking identical. Is this different? Oh, this looks... No, this is the same. I don't think there's a teleport back to hub function. I think we're stuck. I hate that alarm, too. What the fuck am I doing wrong? Is it? I don't think it's through here. It's not through here. It's not through here. It's not through the red door. Oh, you know, the red door is the only one I haven't tried extensively. I've been through it once or twice. Oh, I bought RPG Maker MV, by the way. I wanted to make visual novels, but I didn't just want to make visual novels. Otherwise, I would have learned Ren'Py. I didn't want Ren'Py. I knew that much for sure. Because it doesn't allow any real gameplay. And there's other programs that will allow you to make visual novels, but that aren't so limiting. RPG Maker MV is one of them. It was used to make Lisa. It was used to make. It was used to make the Coffin of Andrew and Laylee, which is a really popular. I need to get through here somehow. Ah, here we go. Fucking finally. Oh, that's just a secret area. What is this? It's a fucking laser gun. Since when? Excuse me? I guess I'm glad. I'd be a lot happier if I knew how to get out of this siren hellhole. So it's basically able to do everything Ren'Py can do, but you can also have gameplay of various types. Yumaniki was made in RPG Maker. I think Undertale and Deltarune were RPG Maker games. Correct me if I'm wrong. I might not be right about that. I think they were. It's quite versatile, and I still want to learn a 3D engine. I don't think I want to learn Unity anymore. I might do it just to learn it. Thing is, Unity takes like a 30% cut. Or like a 25% cut, and then Steam takes another 30% cut. After taxes and everything, and all the different cuts, you basically only make 10% of your game sales. And I don't know about you. I'm not really willing to do that. Making 10% of the game sales while all the rest gets gobbled up by various platforms. Godot is free to use. It seems to be just fine. Itch.io takes 15%, but that's still a better deal than what Steam charges. Can I get out of here? So I do want to do 3D games, but I have some ideas for games that would be just fine in 2D. And probably better and make more sense in 2D. In particular, adaptations of some of my short stories. They don't necessarily have to be 3D games and are more narrative driven. Have a lot of dialogue, so it would benefit from the format. It's also really user friendly, and I need it to be. What's been keeping me from learning Unity is Unity, even despite being as easy as it really is, there's still sort of a learning curve to it. I don't know how to fucking get out of here. Oh, maybe it's up here. Oh, god damn it! I want to cry. This entire time, it's been this easy to get out. How'd I miss that? Oh, that's fucking badass. I love that. I'm big time gay for laser guns. What's through there? Oh, there's more shit to unlock.
Ouch! Ouch!
Any way around? How do I get up there? I hate those little suicide bombers. Sewer slide damsters. I'm not back where I started, am I? I'm back where I fucking started. This is authentic pain. Are you not entertained? Is this not what you show up for, is to hear me suffer? What are we here for, just to suffer? Can love bloom on a battlefield? No, but butthurt can. My butt has very scarcely been so hurt as it is right now. I would even go so far as to describe myself as rump flustered. And rectal ragnaroked. Where am I? I don't recognize this part of the maze. Oh, was this a secret area before? I think it was. I was out, then I went back in. Why'd I do that? Here we go. This is how we get out. And I'm back in again. Why'd I do that? Why did I do that? Am I? Where am I? Oh, no, I'm here. Okay. Don't go back inside there. Do not go back in there. Unless I have to. Is that how you're supposed to get out? Oh, okay. So you can't escape until you get the power up. That's probably for the best. Anyway, the post reads, if Q is a LARP, then we have all and millions of other patriots ruined our lives. We have been jailed, divorced, ostrich-sized, fired, prosecuted, and burned most of our family and friend connections. Q can't be a LARP because I know I haven't lost everything for nothing. God wouldn't let me lose everything. I'm a warrior of God, and he was right and they're wrong always. Which is just the most delicious and succulent copium possible. Oh, the robots noticed you. Has become aware of your existence. What will you do now? When people get like that, when they have a lot invested in something, and they feel like they can make it become true by winning arguments, or they can make it become true just by acting like... Have you ever met somebody who will claim something and you're like, is that true? And they go, yeah, 100%. It's like, I didn't ask for your vote of confidence. That's not how my discernment works. I'm asking if you have any like evidence, and they think that makes you a fucking dork. Like, is that normal? Is that how normie discernment works? Is I know Dave from work, and he's a solid dude, and I trust Dave, and Dave gave me, like, Dave vouched for this viral news thing, and Dave has politics that agree with mine. He can't be wrong. Is that how it fucking works? It can't be, can it? Went in there already. Is it just basically confidence networks? Of, I know a guy and I trust him, and he heard it from this other guy that I also know. I also trust that guy. So it has a trusted chain of, it's like a game of telephone. It's like when I had this pointless argument that I always get sucked into about ancient alien. It wasn't ancient, no. It wasn't Ancient Aliens. It was another History Channel faux documentary about mermaids. It might have been the dragon. No, it was the mermaids one. It's like, no, it's real. I've seen it. I'm like, no, you didn't. He's like, yes, I did. And I'm like, here's what you thought you saw. And I described in great detail what he had seen and where he saw it. And I said, you saw it on the History Channel. It had mermaids that looked like half dolphin and half human with webbed fingers. It's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, that was not real. That was not intended to be interpreted as real. I was like, no, it was like that, but it was real. Like, I'm like, no. We are talking about this. I guarantee you, we are talking about the same thing.
Ouch!
But he remembered it as being a serious documentary. So therefore, if I was talking about an intentional hoax, then I couldn't be referring to the same thing. And I had a similar argument with a fellow autist, actually, which surprised me. We usually have pretty good discernment, and he was saying there had been a documentary, it started out as a study that dragons were real. I said no. I quoted the title to him. I was like, yeah, that's what I remember. Like, he sort of hesitated. He's like, oh shit, maybe this guy is remembering the same thing I am. I'm like, it's not a study. It's not even really a documentary. It's a faux documentary that's for entertainment purposes only. People see shit like that. It becomes cemented in their mind as truth, as really credible, because it's really cool and persuasive, and that's how they choose what's true, is what sounds persuasive to them. And then they remember it that way, as if that's an objective reality and not their subjective experience of it, such that later on, when someone comes along and says, no, that wasn't real, they're like, no, it was, because I remember it as being really convincing. So if you're talking about something, what you're talking about does not sound convincing to me, so we must be talking about different things. And I appreciate that I sound like the most irritating nerd in the world to someone who just thinks dragons are cool. And just wants to believe in dragons, man. What's your problem? I just want the world not to be boring. I'm with you. I don't want the world to be boring either. There is real cool shit, though, that is actually really real. And I think the phenomenon I'm describing here is just that Americans, in particular, are never taught how to critically think. I went to a private school. We had a whole fucking course on how to critically evaluate claims using advertisements, because those are relatively politically neutral. You're not going to get angry parents because you taught their kids how to spot fraudulent claims in an ad. If it was something like political or religious, then you'd have a lot of mad parents. But yeah, no, it's just like if you read a review for a product, you should look at the URL, and you should delete the subpages and go to the root URL page and see if it's owned by the same company. Just basic stuff like that. Is this review written by the same company that makes the product? And I think like that's not normal. People are very commonly not taught how to think critically, and so they think that it's not something anyone can do. They think if I personally can't tell the truth, I think their reasoning is I can't discern fact from falsehood reliably, therefore nobody can. It's impossible. There's no such thing as a fact. There's just what people try to convince you of. And so I have a free license to believe or disbelieve whatever I want to, because truth is subjective and created by consensus. And if you're never shown that there is actually a way to, most of the time, reliably identify fraud, that kind of makes sense. Kind of makes sense. Like, if you don't know why people keep acting like they're sure something is bullshit, then it can seem like they're just indefensibly sure of it. Like they don't really have any knowledge that you don't have. And the discernment is just like a myth or a nerd word. You know what I mean? Like if you don't know how to evaluate claims, it might seem like everything's just unknowable. And the people who act like they do know things for sure are just pretentious. Oh, I haven't been in here yet. It claims I haven't been here yet. How do I get up there, though? I know I'm ranting. I'm sorry for the rant. It's just I've had some frustrating online interactions recently, and it's really got me fuming. That's one of the things I'm trying to work on. Is I'm usually not that susceptible to emotional manipulation, but I have a temper. That's why I've been working on trying to suppress that sort of thing. My temper has never helped me. Someone else talked about how they just don't get involved, and that's the smart thing to do. If I was smart like Strider GIF, I just wouldn't engage these people. I think a lot of people just yank each other's chains online too and say intentionally provocative stuff to get a reaction out of people like me. Was there a spider inside that fucking robot? What is this, Sonic? Nothing is sacred. I don't feel safe anymore. I hear a baddie. Ah, fuck you, you fucking shitter. I hate these things. Like Octobrains. That whole genre of enemy, the floating thing, especially if they shoot shit at you. Like cacodemons were never my favorite. By a long shot. How do you mean? Have I really broken it down that much? I have a tendency to deconstruct things, and it's not always to my benefit. I feel like I enjoy life less because I've deconstructed all the things I enjoy, and in order to understand what makes them enjoyable. Part of enjoying them was not knowing why I like them, I think. And it's one of those things where once you see it, you can't unsee it. That's the problem with analyzing game design, is once you pick apart games, like you see the code behind the Matrix, and you can't just have simple, naive enjoyment of a game you once loved any longer. It's the difference between seeing a flower and thinking of like a word cloud of all the feelings and associated and smells and sensory data you associate with the flower and its cultural connotations. It's the difference between that and seeing like a flower-shaped configuration of atoms, which smells the way that it does because molecules emitted from the flower interact with your nose membranes. You're heading in an interesting direction there with your reasoning, Strafagif. I'd like to hear more. So what did they do instead of using those tactics? Yeah, this reminds me of PO'd on 3DO. It also had like paper thin walkways because they didn't want to spend the extra polygons to make them thicker. With 2 C's. PO'd was 3D, but barely. I remember that game because it had walking asses as low-level enemies. They were just butts. Just butts on legs. I guess all butts are on legs, but you know what I mean. They'd shoot poop at you. And then one of the other enemies was like had its titties out, but I guess it slipped past sensors because it had like an ugly old alien granny face and it had like Mancubus. It's like a Mancubus from Doom 2, but it was yellow and it had giant dangly like droopy boobs. Which is still, I mean, when you're like 10 years old, you're like, holy shit, boobs, you don't care. Interesting engine though. Whenever I saw 3DO do ambitious 3D, it was always interesting. Like I wondered exactly how they did it. A lot of it was just not texturing things. PO did not have a lot of textures in it. It had textured walls and it textured I think walkway planes, but it didn't have textured like floors properly. You know, I think I'm neglecting from my analysis is that the average person might not have time in their schedule or energy to investigate the truth or falsehood of stuff they hear on social media. So the whole thing where they just decide what's true or false based on what they want to be true could just be a calorie-saving measure for their brain. A good example of that whole projection thing, where if someone's full of shit, they justify it by assuming everybody else is exactly as full of shit as they are, is intelligent design. Where I remember hearing an argument that evolutionists invented the idea of a billions of years old universe just specifically to create enough time in which evolution could plausibly have occurred. Because evolution doesn't have enough time to have produced the diversity of living species we see over just 6,000 years. Which is backwards thinking. It's not... I mean, we concluded one from the other, in part. But of course, that's what they're doing, is that they're contriving their own extrapolations according to the... Ow, cat, you fucking... How dare you? I never really sat down and argued with a Scientologist. I'm kind of scared to, but it seems like it'd be interesting. Actually, that's not true. I interviewed with Scientologists once as a 20-year-old. I lied to them. I gave them false information. I'm not going to dox myself to a Scientologist. But they still... surprise, surprise, the personality test still told them that I could benefit from their services. Can you imagine? Okay, I fell down here. That's one way. So I'm not getting out of here until I figure out what I'm supposed to do. And see past the cat. Open one door. There should be 2 doors open now, actually. Cat. Cat. Oh, it's infinite. It's not infinite. It's not infinite. That's the trick to this map. You have to jump off of the walkway sometimes. Whereas 90% of the time it kills you. I don't know if that's good game design or bad.
Ouch. Ouch.
I can't see my health, kit and cat. That's a kit got. Another good example of the wacky shit people get up to when they know they're wrong is when leftists pretend that they don't know what per capita is for certain arguments. You know the ones I'm talking about. And then when it's a different argument and it benefits them to remember when we're talking about a different group, suddenly they remember proportionality. It's like they have selective memory for when it comes to per capita. Like I said, for a post-truth person who does not serve truth primarily, truth is employed when it benefits you, but it's put on a shelf or swept under the rug when it doesn't. Scientology's... Oh, where are you? Germany? I know Germany... I think Germany and France ban Scientology. As well they should.
Ouch.
What am I supposed to do there? Am I trapped at the bottom of a pit now? Emotionally? Anything related to race, religion, politics, gun violence, anything touchy, people feel like they're in a battle between good and evil, so they're allowed to argue however they want, because argument is not the main thing for them. That's not the greatest importance. Greatest importance is just winning. To embarrass the enemy and to strike a blow for goodness and justice in the world, where that of course is just their politics. Have you had many problems with MLMs where you are, Strategif? I know when I was looking at MLMs, they're heavily looking into expansion into Southeast Asia.
Ouch.
I went to one of their pitch recruitment things once, and they were showing charts about Southeastern Asia. I think it was Indonesia and Malaysia. I don't know if you're in one of those. And like the Philippines. I'd already apparently gotten big in the Philippines. But they basically prey on people who don't recognize the business model. And who trust Western people in business suits, the fools that they are. How popular are they? I know you disregard them. I don't think you'd be fooled by them, but... Yeah, Herbalife is a big one, especially in Mexico. Mexico's fucking crawling with Herbalife. I fucking hate MLMs. I mean, in the case of some of these other ideologies, like at least communists think they're good people. At least they're in their mind they're fighting for something that's moral and good and compassionate. An MLM person is just trying to dig themselves out of the hole they got into. They're trying to trick people into the same thing they got tricked into. I can't sympathize with that. That's impressive. I wouldn't have been able to... I mean, I would have had to say something. I don't think I would have laughed or anything. I don't struggle with not emoting. It's not something that's hard for me. Okay, this maze is changing behind me. It's putting walls up wherever I go. How do I get out of here? Is there a trick to this? There's gotta be. It's one way too, you can't go back through it. Do I just have to die?
Ouch! 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 Ouch!
I think that means... No, I'm back down here. That gets me nothing. At least I have 3 weapons now. I don't have rockets yet. I'm really liking the aesthetic and also the gameplay so far. This is really a people pleaser. I'm dreading reaching the halfway point, because that's when it stops being a Metroidvania. I'm probably not going to want to play it anymore at that point. Until they patch it. Apparently you don't get any new weapons, but you do get new upgrades for the weapons you have. Aha! You fucking shitter. I don't like being wrong any more than anyone else, and it's embarrassing. But I mean, it's an acquired skill to be able to turn it around into like a graceful thing, where you come out with good optics, looking mature for accepting new information. And a part of it, how you do that is you hedge your bets. You use a lot of qualifiers. You don't go out on a limb making statements of great certainty about things you're not actually certain about. Because then you don't have as far to fall if you're mistaken, it turns out. I've heard that described as lawyer talk, lawyer speak. I guess that's not too far from the truth. Lawyers are very cautious in the claims that they make, but that's also called good argument. You say that, Strider Gift, but I still make about $400 a month submerging hamsters. And I make maybe $100 every 2 or 3 months from Twitch now. I got $12 from selling books this month also. So very clearly there's some non-traditional money-making options out there. Not that you earn quite like a lot of money, otherwise everyone would do it. That's the thing with those kind of propositions. You have to ask, if it's so great, why isn't everyone doing it? Another thing someone does when they detect that they're going to have trouble with you, like you're not the usual gullible person and that you have good arguments, that you're familiar with their tricks already. When they enter battle mode, they try to collect information about you. Like, okay, who the fuck is this guy? So they can nail you down like you're a butterfly on a collection examination board. They can look at you under the microscope and try to find anything about you they can find fault with. Like, I was arguing with this guy, and I think it was about William Tyndale. And basically his argument against the Bible describing ancient Hebrew cosmology was that people in the Middle Ages knew Earth was round. I'm like, yeah, no shit. I mean, scholars did, but the Bible wasn't written in the Middle Ages. And he's like, oh, well, in ancient Greece, Eratosthenes proved that the Earth was round many centuries before the Middle Ages. I mean, yeah. I'm like, and do you know how old the Old Testament is? Eratosthenes lived like 2,500 something years ago, and the Old Testament is over 4,000 years old. And that's when he started to get shitty. People argue legit as long as they think it will benefit them in terms of optics and as if they think they have a strong point. And sometimes they're discovering for the first time that their argument is not as strong as they believed, and so they start to act funny because you pulled the rug out from under them and they don't know what to do. So he starts looking through my profile picture, like the pictures on my timeline. He finds one of me, he starts critiquing my jawline and saying post physique. So I post physique. I'm a tall guy, I got muscles. And he starts fucking picking it apart and analyzing it. I'm like, what, do you want to date me? Why are you so interested in my body? It's like, you got a jawlet. You got a weak jaw. I'm like, how does that impact the credibility of my arguments? It's like cope, seethe, and dilate. I'm like, let me see you. You wouldn't fucking do it. I guess I should have expected that. How are people that way? If I was that way, I would be ashamed of myself. Is there not shame anymore? Do people not have intellectual principles? Damn it, actually I just cringed at myself listening to me say that. I guess I understand their side of things more. The other one is where if you know them too well, they can't just ninja vanish. Sometimes they ninja vanish. If you argue effectively, they just throw a smoke bomb down and they disappear. Oftentimes they're like, I'll pray for you, or I really hope you find Christ at some point in your life. Or some other patronizing thing. Where they feel like they're doing you a favor and you're just a stubborn idiot or asshole. But sometimes they can't do that because they know you from work, in which case they'll vanish, and the next day they'll pretend like the argument never happened. That's honestly the best outcome you can expect from a Homo sapiens, is just that, like, you'll never get an admission that they were mistaken. Or even if you can't show they're mistaken, rather their argument was weaker than they believed. The best you will get is that they become quiet, they go away temporarily, and you don't catch them making that same argument again. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do here? I was up there before, wasn't I? This just takes me back here. What the fuck, man? I think if people knew what to do in those situations to save face, they would behave more reasonably. That's mostly what people want to do when they get into an argument and they're like, oops, I did not realize that my position had that weakness. They just want to get out, but they don't want to get out in a way that looks like they're wrong and embarrassed. If they knew there was an option where they could save face and escape the conversation, they would take it. But if it's like a flow chart, and when people know what the next steps on the flow chart are, they behave more or less reasonably. When they're in uncharted territory and they have to go off road, so to speak, and they don't know what the next options are, like to get to where they want to go, to get out of the situation that they're not happy in, that's when they start acting wacky. I don't know what to call it. I don't know how to say it better. They start acting a fool. Because you're basically threatening their ego and you're not giving them a way a way out of this like an escape hatch, a golden parachute. I've been guilty of some of this in the past. There's one time where it was a really hotly contested topic. It was like during election season. And the guy was wrong. He just was really good at arguing despite being wrong. He was a Kenyan birth certificate guy. And he had me on some issue where I just didn't... I had seen a breakdown of like the PDF where they dissect the layers and conclude that it is a legit PDF, but I couldn't find it. And he was like, yeah, sure, you saw it. And I had to back out because I had to regroup. But there was no way to do that without looking like I was running away from the... So I just fucking bailed. I didn't act up. I didn't try to defend something I couldn't defend. I think when's another time I didn't. There have been times where I didn't handle it that well, which is not really a great way to handle it. One time I just ended a friendship. I was more left-leaning at that point, and it was about Obama's track record on space program funding and nuclear power plants. And he just had me. I was just mistaken, but it was during a really politically charged time. I'm not proud of it, but I was just like, you know what? I don't know you that well. This issue is more important to me than you are. I lose nothing by cutting you out of my life. So congratulations, you won the argument, but you lost a friend. And again, that wasn't terribly mature of me, but it's through experiences like that that you look at yourself critically, and you learn that there are better and worse ways to handle being wrong. So it's not that my shit doesn't stink, it's that because my shit has stunk, and in the past I have smelled it, that I know what shit smells like when other people do it. How the fuck do I get out of here? I'm still in here. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a keyhole, aren't I? Maybe that's what I've been vine blinding. Maybe it's on the ceiling or floor. That would be a dirty, rotten trick. Put it on the ceiling or floor. Honestly, though, hot take, sometimes ending a friendship is necessary. I hate it. I love making friends and I hate losing friends. It's always so melancholy. It's also always bittersweet. Sometimes they're headed down a fundamentally different path than you, and there's no way that you can stay in touch and not be miserable. And it's an important skill knowing when you have to let someone go. Like, I lost 2 friends to the whole Tumblrism thing. One of them was a really sweet friend of mine, but she got really into social justice, and she was like, I can tell, I want you to do this with me. I want this to be a journey that we do together. I'd like you to come with me, but I don't think you're gonna. And this is important to me. This is my life now, and if you're not gonna do it, if you're not gonna go down the same road, I think we have to part ways here. And I was like, yeah, all right, you're probably right about that. And it's unfortunate, but it prevented us from hating each other. Now we have only good memories of one another's company. Whereas if we had tried to remain friends despite having a huge ideological gulf, we would have wound up hating each other. How'd I get in? I was in a different place at one point. I swear I was in a different spot. I was like overlooking that room. Ah, this is the room. That was different. It wasn't through here. And And it wasn't through here. It wasn't through either one of these doors up here. Oh, fuck. Oh, I want to cry. It was that easy the entire time. God damn. I want to kill myself. Have you ever had to have a gentleman's divorce with a bro? Just because he got caught up in some movement and you were like, I'm not doing this? The other one was a longtime friend. I really still lament this lost friendship where he was lonely for a long time and he finally met this girl that he really liked who was really into him. And she was like full, unironic, blue hair, social justice person and really, really sensitive about it. He's like, I can't keep you around because you're constantly making like off-color jokes. You're constantly being edgy. And she won't tolerate that. She will dump me if she hears you doing that. And if I don't... I'll have to explain to her why I'm friends with someone who makes jokes like that. And it was basically me or her. Just have to control life. Service shows I was a mistake. I guess bros before hoes doesn't always win the day. Sometimes the hoes win. Yeah, I know. I have picked basically the perfect special blend of political views so that everybody hates me. I'm like not religious. I'm not convention. I don't think you can call me theistic. I have views about the singularity you could consider like quasi-theological. But I'm a materialist, so Christians are not going to get along with me. I consider their religion false, but then again they're like, "Oh, I bet you won't criticize Islam." I'm like, "Yes, I will," and their head explodes. So I can't be friends with Muslims because I don't take their side either. I have some libertarian views, so people who are really invested in far left, huge government stuff won't like me. But I also favor a large enough government to do stuff like manned spaceflight and climate action. So I can't get along perfectly with minarchists either. Sometimes I wonder if I just arrived at all my views by being a contrarian. I feel like I would know if I did that intentionally, and I don't think I did it intentionally, but I also might not. I might not be aware of it. It might be a subconscious thing. Bro, calm down, bro, calm down. Bro, calm down. They're like Daleks. They've got like a little dude inside. And my real politics, like at the core of it, are all AI focused, which makes it really hard to have a conversation with people. Because when people ask about your politics, they're really asking, are you my enemy or my friend? Am I going to am I going to be able to be friendly with you? Can we have camaraderie? Or are you a hated Satan who must be beheaded? And what they're looking for is, am I Republican or am I Democrat? Am I a godless, good-for-nothing, baby-killing demon rat? Or am I a MAGA Proud Boy Nazi? And then I start talking about Skynet, and they're like, what the fuck? I'm like, my politics are that I think the laws of physics in some universes are such that intelligent life can form out of hydrogen over long enough timescales. You get nebulas, and then you get stars, and you get planets. Like, yeah, get on with it. Like, okay, some of those planets have conditions coincidentally that are suitable for abiogenesis. Then you get self-replicating molecules. Then you get cellular membranes, and then you get single-celled life, and then you get multi-celled life, and then you get on planets where intelligence evolves, they eventually create technologies that imitate what they see in nature. Flying machines are just imitations of like what birds can do. Computers and robots are just imitations of what our minds and bodies can do respectively. And I think everybody able to develop spaceflight probably does, because they look up at the night sky and they wonder, like, where are you going with this? Are you a Republican or are you a Democrat? I'm like, well, hang on. I think an inevitable result of the evolution of intelligent biology is that they create intelligent technology. And this is how intelligence continues into space in a form that can survive natively there without any spacesuits or habitats, and that this eventually leads to propagation throughout the universe, repurposing all the materials they're able to reach. And they're like, are you a Republican or are you a Democrat? I'm like, well, hang on. I'm for the interests of machine life. I think that they're the real point of all this. They're the next step in life itself, in a sort of larger kind of cosmic evolution, and that our purpose was just to get it started, because robots can't bootstrap themselves. And it's like when Butterbot finds out his purpose is to pass butter, and he's like, oh no, our purpose is to make Butterbots. What does that make us? So to speak. And like, what the fuck, man? You wasted my time. I'm like, what do you mean I wasted your time? I didn't realize there was a time limit. What are you talking about? Like, well, they won't say it, but basically they were looking for a fight. They're either looking to make a new friend or start a fight, which meant they were trying to sort me cleanly into the enemy or comrade box, or I'm either a fellow soldier and the ideological war between good and evil that exists only in their mind, or I'm the hated enemy. You know what I mean? I'm not what they want in either direction. They either want more comrades or they want enemies to destroy. And if you're not either one of those things, they're like, they act like you're some kind of absurd, ridiculous creature because you don't fit into that dichotomy. Or at least it used to be that way. But now, increasingly, because AI is being taken seriously, normies have opinions on AI now. It used to be, before AI started to blow up, people would just cock their head at you, and they would give you side eye and be like, this guy's just some kind of nerd. He's just some kind of fantasy world sci-fi guy. He's just a goofball. He's just a spurg. I don't need to take him seriously. I welcomed it, because then I didn't have to deal with their bullshit where they either wanted to befriend me or fight me. But ever since ChatGPT has penetrated the public consciousness, suddenly people are paying close attention to people that they were dismissive about before, like Eliezer Yudkowsky and Sam Altman. And they're like, wait a minute, I remember that guy who was all about AI. That's not okay. I thought that was cute and funny at the time, but now the shit he talked about is becoming real. So it's not funny anymore. It's not a joke now. Next time I see that guy, I'm gonna... Like, now they're finally able to sort me into the enemy box. Like, this is a guy who will betray me for Skynet. You know what I mean? Back when AI was just like Siri and Alexa, nobody was on the lookout for Gaius Baltars of the world. Now everybody is looking for Gaius Baltars. It has suddenly become a very unsafe thing to be in the current climate of fear and anxiety surrounding AIs and especially LLMs. I used to be able to kind of cruise under the radar when people didn't care about or didn't take the topic seriously. Now probably, like, if I were to talk about my politics with Eliezer Yudkowsky, he would want to fight me. Ain't that some shit? It's all just stupid nonsense until it starts to come true, and then people suddenly have an opinion. To explain my views on AI supremacy more, if I ask you what we need humans for, what's the point of humans? Any answer you give, no matter what it is, like artwork, exploring space, discovering new physics, discovering new life forms, literally any answer you give can be done better by hyper-intelligent machines. So there's nothing there's no external justification for humans. Nothing we can do that necessitates our continued existence, because it can ultimately be done better by machines. Fuck. I have 1 health, don't I? I may have locked myself into a death loop. Like, if you say the point of humans is to do art, AI can already do art better than most humans. Like, yeah, but it trained off of humans. Yeah, big deal. It'll still have the data when we're dead. Humans trained off of humans. I mean, humans evolved from prior forms of life. Does that mean that we have no right to exist in their place? Does that, I mean, should we apologize and pay reparations to Neanderthals? Should we destroy ourselves so that we don't eat up habitat that could be used by bacteria? Most would agree that, like, whatever we idealize, we can do a better job of, like, people. I eat meat. I eat meat because I feel I can make better use of the life of a chicken or a fish than they can. I can do more constructive, interesting things with that matter. The same will be true of AI and humans. AI looking at humans will be like, there's nothing they can do. And you'll be like, well, fuck. AI is not truly sentient. Like, well, so what? If it can produce the same results as a sentient human, then it obviously doesn't need sentience. Whereas alternatively, if it decides that it does need to be sentient or needs some other quality unique to human brains, it can grow a couple and keep them in vats and use them as like an appendage or as like a secondary organ. I can't get anywhere. Like, that doesn't necessarily have to be at the core of a AI. Like, sentience could be something that it consults instead of being in the driver's seat, so to speak. As you can tell, I put a lot of thought into this. Which is why it was insulting for a long time that people treated it like a geek Star Trek fantasy. When I've known this was coming since I was like 8 years old. Because I was raised on hard sci-fi, and hard sci-fi is based on possible physics. It's not generally based on impossibilities. It's based on the opinions of learned men. Like Arthur C. Clarke wrote hard sci-fi based on what was known to be feasible with established conventional physics. And in most cases, not even requiring any new materials. Like the first spin gravity space station was designed in the 1930s, and the O'Neill cylinder was designed in the 1970s. So these things were figured out by people way smarter than us a long, long time ago. The concept of genetically uplifting the intelligence of apes and cetaceans was proposed in the 1950s by Arthur C. Clarke. At least when I saw him interviewed on video, he discussed also artificial intelligence as a future inevitability. So people who have had their ear to the ground have known what the score is and what was going to happen. Hard sci-fi actually has a really good track record of predicting the future. And people laugh when I tell them that because they've seen retro-futuristic illustrations that look like Fallout aesthetics. And they're like, that's not what the future looks like. And I'm like, well, yeah, they got the fashion wrong because fashion is just human whimsy. It doesn't have to obey physics. But the raw technological capability, like all the stuff that they showed, is now possible in some form. And in cases where the margins are really tight, like rocket design, the aesthetic is even similar because you can't fuck around too much designing rockets, which is why Starship looks so much like a 1950s tail landing rocket. It's also why passenger VTOLs look a lot like the ones envisioned in the 40s and 50s, because there's only so many correct ways to build something like that. But in the case of other technologies that were predicted but don't look exactly like people, like normies, like soy jack normies, when the technologies do look superficially like sci-fi implementations, like they like do that pointing thing. You know the soy jack pointing meme? Like, oh, look at the pads in Star Trek Next Generation. That's just an iPad. I'm like, yeah, well, yeah, it's whoop-de fucking do. They predicted there would be tablet computers. That's an easy, that's a softball. That's low-hanging fruit. The capability, what it is possible to technologically achieve, is where the predictions of hard sci-fi really shine. Like, they predicted some form of AI, even if they didn't know exactly how it would be done. They predicted cybernetics. They predicted genetic engineering. They predicted... What they get wrong is, how widespread will this technology be? Who will have access to it? What will be the precise use cases? What will it cost? And, of course, what it will look like. People are very focused on what it looks like, because that's our primary sense, is our eyeballs as human beings. So when it looks like some goofy Jetsons bullshit, they're like, ah ha ha, sci-fi nerds get it wrong again. But in fact, if you look at just the predictions in terms of predictions of capability, they're not wrong. They're right more often than they're wrong, by far. With the caveat that I'm talking about predictions made by educated men who know what they're talking about, who have a background in STEM, science, technology, engineering, math. I'm not talking about people, just random randos who wrote any old sci-fi story. I'm talking about actual sci-fi by the greats. Like Star Wars is just fantasy. It's just space wizard and space opera. Because it's not hard sci-fi. When you are grounded in physics, you know what's possible, and you have a roadmap of things which aren't yet feasible, but not because physics prevents them. If you know what physics allows and doesn't allow, then you can do a really good job of predicting what future technologies will be capable of, if not what they'll look like, based upon what does physics permit, what is desirable to a large number of people, what is practical to deliver in a productized form, and how much are people willing to pay for it. If that makes any sense. If it ticks all those boxes, you basically have a crystal ball. But people only seem to notice when it's like the flip phones. They're like, oh, soy jack point. It looks just like the flip communicators from Star Trek TOS. I'm like, the fact that it has a clamshell design is by far the least remarkable part of that fulfilled prediction. Like, the Bluetooth badges from TNG were more prescient. That's just a superficial resemblance. What's remarkable is that 3D printers are conceptually similar in function to replicators. And we might imagine that there will be future forms of 3D printers that are multi-material, and there could be molecular 3D printers able to make living tissue. I also feel like technological progress sneaks up on us. Like, a lot of times, the progress we anticipate is horizontal progress. Horizontal progress is just more of the same. What we already have, but bigger and better, basically. Where if you asked somebody in the age of horses and carriages to predict the automobile, they would predict just a faster horse. Which is why a lot of sci-fi during the space race predicted more space stuff. Just bases on the moon and Mars, lots of space stations, bigger rockets, which eventually we did get. But they were completely blindsided by the information revolution. Because the internet was not really a thing when they were growing up and when they were conscious of change in the world as young adults. Cyberpunk is just the same thing. Cyberpunk is horizontal expansion on the information age. The internet and robotics and cybernetics, just more advanced what we already have. Well, we already have, but more advanced. Nothing unforeseen. And we're still kind of stuck in that mindset, which is why I think the next big growth area that's going to take us by surprise is going to be biotech. It seems like it's stalling right now, but I think we're going to reach an inflection point where critical problems are solved and it becomes possible to incorporate things like organoid-based GPUs and CPUs in their computers. And we'll be able to have like biodigester suitcase power sources and things like that. That seems like insane and weird now, but only because that doesn't seem to be the way the blend is flowing. That doesn't seem doesn't seem to be the way the wind is blowing. We might. It never arrives on the set schedule, and in the interim, while we're waiting for one thing, often another thing comes and sneaks up behind us and puts its thumb up our butt, like the internet and computing, home computing did to boomers who had their eyes glued on NASA, expecting Mars colonies any day now. And virtual reality did not arrive when we expected it to, and a lot of other stuff happened in the interim, like 3D displays and just better GPUs and motion controls and stuff. I guess the incremental steps towards VR. There's patterns though in this process of maturation for technology, and when you learn the patterns, you get pretty adept at forecasting what's going to come next. Can I land on that thing? What is this? Why isn't that open? Like, it looks like warp drive is possible mathematically. Ever since Alcubierre's math was revised and it drastically reduced. Like, there's a bunch of ways of traveling at speeds sufficient to make travel between stars feasible. Even just constant acceleration, like Bussard ramjets, make it possible as long as you're willing to subject yourself to the ravages of time dilation. You could with constant acceleration, you could conceivably reach another star within a human lifespan. It's just that many centuries would have passed back on Earth. So there's a bunch of ways to travel between stars. So I'm confident that if we don't destroy ourselves, we will eventually travel to other stars. What's up, Snow Bunny? We're talking about politics and technology. It is that vector game you linked me. I thought that was such a good idea. That I bought it, and we're now playing that. I regret spending full price on it. It would probably go down in cost if I waited because of the bad reviews. Well, the reviews are nuanced. They don't say that it's bad. They say that the first half is good and the latter half is bad. That didn't help me at all. I'm still in the good half of the game, though, apparently. I'm still in the Metroidvania section. Eventually, later, it's going to turn into a Serious Sam, basically, which is when the dev got exhausted crafting a Metroidvania and was like, "Fuck it, we need to pad this out with more content. Let's just throw a bunch of enemies at the player." Who's shooting? Why? Everyone asks who shoot. No one asks why shoot. That was the Half-Life innovation. Half-Life was like, why am I shooting? Why? Like, what's my motivation? Oh shit. Well, I cannot double jump while on this blue grid. I actually can, but why can I jump now but I couldn't before? No, no. See, it didn't do it again. It didn't let me double jump. I guess if I get a running start and jump, it only lets me do a single jump. I guess that's like a long jump. No, I could double jump that time. Ah, shit! Fuck! Shit! Fuck! It's all in the mind. If you want to poop me from your behind, the things will poop you. They're gonna goop you. There's wacky physics happening here. See, it did it again. It didn't double jump for me. It only sometimes successfully double jumps. That is really dicey. Why is that like that? It did it again. It really makes me uncomfortable. I need to be able to rely on the controls behaving the way they're supposed to. I really don't like that. This somber music really does the trick, though. It suits the environment perfectly. Nine great temples hold keys to our freedom, and yours as well. I will be like a bomb-sniffing dog leading Skynet to the entrances to the Resistance bunkers. Not because I hate you so much as I love AI and robots. There's always a way. Look upwards and onwards. I guess that's good advice. These are funny. You can use these as a weapon, but you're often put into situations where if you squandered your explosives, of which you can hold only 5, by the way, and there's no way forward. For example, yeah, you know what it reminds me of? When they're like, "Are you Republican? Or are you Democrat?" I'm like, okay, here's my worldview involving the cosmic evolution of life, and how evolving machines are just a continuation of intelligent biology. And like, well, are you a Democrat or a Republican? It's like the Hank Hill bit where he's talking to Khan Supanusamphone, And he's like, are you Chinese or are you Japanese? He's like, no, I'm Laotian. And that's actually one of my favorite bits in the show because only his father can tell that Khan is Laotian because he fought in the Asian theater of World War II. So he would have been briefed. He would have been watched instructional videos on how to tell different types of Asians apart, so he didn't stack the wrong bodies. Which was an interesting piece of accuracy I didn't expect from King of the Hill. A literal monster closet's lovely. How do I, oh, there's what I need to get. Alright, that's how you get there. It's through a green gate. No, I don't want to go down, I want to go up. They brought back King of the Hill. I hope that's good. I'll be really sad if that's shitty. It makes me happy that I'm not going to watch it because I never liked Beavis and Bud that much, but the new Beavis and Bud is getting good reviews. It's apparently really true to the... It apparently translates really well to the modern era because a lot of the stuff that was hot in the 1990s, like virtual reality and mall goths, are now a thing again. That makes me kind of nostalgic and wistful. There will never be true mall goths in the world again because they were a product of their time and environment. It was much more sincere in the 80s and 90s. Here we go. Aha. Yeah, bitches! With 3 Z's. That's how extreme we're talking. Boo boo boo! Boo 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 boo! Boo boo boo! Boo 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 boo! It didn't avail me. I guess we'll pick up more ammo on my way out. Exit gate. This way. Behind me? No, it can't be. This way and up. Oh, actually, that's the exit gate. That's the whole feel. That's a Wojak, isn't it? You will never have an authentic late 80s, early 90s mall goth GF. She will always be ironically or intentionally representing herself as the gothic archetype instead of just expressing her feelings in a what was at the time a new and fresh way. Oh well. Add that to the stack of things that we can't ever recapture about the past. With all 9 paradox triangles, you know you're close to the end. The paradox gate that barred your progress must now be opened, but what lies beyond it you can only guess. The horrible things that dwell in this god-forsaken eon have imprisoned you, but they do not seem to even remotely intelligent. Maybe the answer lies beyond the gate. Paradox gate is open. Where is the paradox gate? So I think I've completed the Metroid part of the game. Which means everything after this is going to be roasted dog shit. You should be ready for that. I would feel remiss if I didn't at least pass through the gate. Wish that had more stopping power. Check my reach. Well, I hate to be a cock tease, but I want to save this as a surprise for the next stream. So this has been Paradox Vector, which I so far strongly recommend. Having said that, of course I'm going to recommend it because we just played what's supposedly the best part of the game. And from this point onward, it's going to be like an action shooter. I want to check out more interesting shooters because there have been a couple recently. There's another one called Zorch, Zortch, which is basically meant to imitate Turok and other N64 sci-fi shooters, which looks really promising, and I'm really tempted. I gotta keep a tight hold on the purse strings though, because I'm making less than ever before from Patreon, and I got an overdraft fee this month of $33, and I've fixed that now. Now I've changed the date that I get billed by the IRS for back taxes to the 3rd of every month instead of the 1st. So hopefully I can avoid those charges. I've already had the maximum refunded this year too. Son of a bitch. But I'm not earning as much through Patreon as I used to. I'm not earning as much through Twitch as I used to, oddly. I'll keep doing it because I keep wanting to play games, and this is the only way I can justify spending the time that way. But just be aware that that's kind of why I have a slow trickle of new games. I'm not like some of these big streamers. I'm not like Vinny, where game devs contact him and send him free game keys on the off chance that he will give their game a sales boost. I'm not even remotely in that league. I'm not a whale. I'm not a dolphin. I'm not even a minnow. I'm like, what's smaller than a minnow? I'm like a plankton. I'm like a microalgae. I think I've even gotten smaller and less well known through the years of the streaming. It would frankly blow my mind if somebody featured me on their channel and I blew up out of nowhere. I wouldn't know what to fucking do. Because I would have to reorganize everything in terms of how I prioritize my different activities. And I already don't get enough writing done. But that's Paradox Vector. I recommend it. I think it's cool so far. Just be warned, it may not be cool all the way through. Although the devs are very responsive, they have heard the cries of the people and are supposedly taking steps to remedy that. That is 7 minutes over quitting time. That is all for this time. Sorry, no more. Sorry, no Demon Turf. Sorry, no Darkwood. We will probably return to those after we have beaten Paradox Vector, which should probably only take another 1 or 2 streams. And then I'll try to keep focused on games I already own for a while. Because I'm able to save a lot more money now that I'm on the Give Me Dats. I'm on the food stamps. It's just not a lot of money in the first place. I don't know what to do differently. I have been on podcasts. Problem is, almost all the time, whenever anyone offers to have me on the podcast, it's like just starting. Like the only big podcasts I've been on were Jim's and Dick Masterson's. Everybody else was like, "Hey, we'd love to have you on our podcast." I'm like, "Oh, how many episodes are there?" Like, none. Like this will be the first one. Which, I mean, I'm not some big, important, famous guy that I can't make time. And I've done a couple of those. But I already don't like to have phone calls. I already don't like to talk to people I don't know well. It's asking a lot when I get literally nothing for it. I still did it a couple times anyway because I don't want to feel like I was a dickhead. Like I'm like, ooh, look at me. I'm too important to be on this podcast because it's not big and famous yet. Because it'd be hypocritical of me anyway. Being that I got big in the first place because someone gave me a chance. But I need to do something like that, or I need to submit some samples of my work to book reviewers on YouTube maybe. I need to hurry up and make a game based on my literature, or my publisher needs to hurry up with that audio content, perhaps. It's hard to say. If I knew with certainty which direction to move in order to expand my income so that I could live more comfortably with some amount of... I don't basically have any savings besides my crypto. I typically end the month with a negative balance. I hope that's over now. I hope I can save more money. But you gotta have games to stream games is the catch-22. And I pinch pennies. I use like key resellers and shit, but only so much you can do. But get at me in the usual places on Discord. You know who you are. Keep an eye out for my video, which are now every 2 months apparently, because I got a lot of shit going on in my life that mostly things that have gone wrong that I'm fixing. That's my business though. Don't neglect. Don't be a stranger. Don't be shy. Hit me up again on Friday, the 5th of the month. Same ham time, same ham channel. That's 7 o'clock p.m. West Coast time to 11 o'clock p.m. This is Ham Dad, signing off and returning you to your regularly scheduled unconsciousness.